mai, kiki mai tu ki te hui o te konihera o Tamaki Makaurau. Good morning everybody to today's governing body. Now, Sandra announced the apologies. We have an absence from Councillor Bartley and a full house, I believe.
And we've got lateness from Councillor Filipina and Councillor Williamson, and early departure from Councillor Hills, Dalton and Foley.
Who's Sayers? Is he coming? All right. So, move and second to those apologies, please. Hills and Walker in favour. Aye. Contrary. Carried. Declarations of interest. Any special ones? None. No. Confirmation of minutes. Anybody read the minutes? Mover and a seconder, please. Walker and Simpson in favour. Aye. Contrary. Carried. Right, once again we've got a very full agenda and I tend to run a structured meeting for all items. After the item has been presented, I will take questions only for each item. I expect you to be concise when you ask your question and not lead with yet another speech. Once questions have been completed, I'll ask staff to move away from the table, then we'll move into debate. As per standing orders, you'll have 5 minutes to speak. I'll ask Sandra to ring a bell at 4 minutes to know when you start wrapping up, and if we follow this, the meeting should run reasonably smooth manner. And if it doesn't, I hope you brought a sleeping bag because we'll be here all day. Firstly, we have 5 requests for public input and 3 of them been declined. David Schwartz, figure of Kiwi Property, was declined under Standing Order 774B is a consultation process. Adrian Donnelly Fletcher Living, because his was out of time. And Adam Curry on the budget has declared he has had a public consultation attached to it. But we have accepted requests from the Auckland War Memorial, Professor Richard Bedford, Dr. David Gamester, James Liddell, for consideration of funding contributions to regional cultural and safety amenities. Please come forward. Deputy Mayor, do you want to say something now? Oh, then you're going to acknowledge. Okay, righto. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship, for the opportunity to speak very briefly. We will stick to your 5 minutes. About the museum's levy request. My name is Richard Bedford and I'm the chair of the Trust Board. With me I have David Gamester, the Chief Executive, and we have apologies from James Liddell, who went down with COVID this morning. I'd like to start by thanking the elected representatives and officials for the very positive and collaborative way we've had discussions about the levy and the museum's plans for 2023-24 over the past 6 months. I also want to acknowledge the officials' recommendation and advice that a modest increase to the museum's levy is appropriate for next year. As all of you are aware, the museum has had no increase since 2019-20. But we also want to acknowledge, obviously, the Council's financial position. We're acutely aware of this, and I want to assure you that this has featured very heavily in the Trust Board's discussions about our levy request. The museum, as always, is very grateful for Council and ratepayer support. There wouldn't be a museum without ratepayer and Council support. We've requested a levy of $33.84 million, which is a 4.8% increase on the current levy. We revised this down from an originally signalled 8.8% increase, which had been supported by respondents in public consultation. And we brought that down, we halved that increase in response to the Council's budget situation. Now, we fully recognise that this is not an easy pathway, either for the Council or the museum. We feel that an uplift in the levy is a really key way for ensuring that we can collaborate and find a way through the museum's financial challenges that have been wrought by COVID and stalled public funding. And David will now speak very briefly to that.
Kia ora, Richard. Kia ora koutou katoa. Good morning, everyone. I've got 3 very brief slides which tell our financial story and the pathway ahead. With several scenarios mapped out. If we can look at the first slide, I'd be grateful. Oh, I'm responsible for that. Am I? Good. Sorry. Thank you. So we've mapped out several scenarios. We think this will be useful for your deliberations of our levy request later today. So looking at the first slide, these are our deficit scenarios. Pre-COVID, the museum had built up a large asset renewal reserve and been spending this on major vital capital works that were really needed to bring parts of the building up to modern standards. Then COVID severely limited our ability to generate revenue. And this was coupled with no increases to our levy funding for 3 consecutive years. During COVID, we significantly restructured our organisation, reduced staff numbers and services. We began running larger deficits just to deliver our core services, as our public funding was not sufficient to make up this shortfall. This has now the potential to become an ongoing and structural deficit for the museum if we don't see a modest adjustment to the levy this year. We have plotted a course out of this, and this relies on some front-ending of our levy funding, increasing our self-generated revenue, careful cost control over the medium term. If we look at the debt graph now, because our ability to generate income has been limited and we have not had increased public funding support, we've been essentially funding our operational deficit using depreciation reserves set aside for our forward capital programme. We're now very much at the end of our runway. We're not able to take on debt sustainably. We have a bow wave of larger asset renewals coming up. These include galleries which are coming up to 25, 30 years old, and those include, of course, the Māori Court, which is the largest gallery in the museum. Services around the galleries are becoming older and need replacing. And we have other critical building renewals in our asset plan, including lifts and, of course, heritage roofing. We'll start taking on debt in the coming years to manage this situation over the medium term. The Museum Board is clear that significant debt is not an appropriate position for a large intergenerational organisation because, unlike council, we don't have assets that we can use to provide adequate security. The board has set a debt ceiling with the intention to bring debt to zero as quickly as possible. Our requested levy increase means bringing debt down quicker than other scenarios. In our view, this is the most responsible funding solution. As you see, with no levy increase, our debt ceiling is quickly breached. Without interventions to significantly increase our asset renewal programme, and even with a rescoped asset plan, with no or even with 3% increases, we eventually breach our debt policy. And if we don't do this, we're looking at long-term damage to the organisation. So finally, just quickly on the revenue scenario, we are, just to assure councillors that we're doing everything that we can to maximise our own revenue generation. We're not just relying on the levy. Our solution is a formula, a combined formula of sustainable public funding and increasing revenue generation and cost-saving initiatives. As I have been at pains to impress on councillors recently, we're doing everything we can to keep a very tight lid on costs. And this includes also looking at procurement opportunities with council where appropriate, and how we might save money by working with our sector colleagues. We've got several conversations underway. We've requested a 4.8% levy rate increase after 3 years of no increase in our funding. We think it's a very reasonable request, and as you can see from the charts we've shown today, that scenario perhaps is the best route out of our deficit, and away from debt. It also means we're also highly reliant on our self-generated revenue. We welcome the officials' recommendation for 3%. Obviously, it's lower than what we've requested, but we can manage that for the next financial year. Thank you, everybody, for listening. Sorry for going over time slightly. Apologies.
Thank you, sir. Deputy Mayor wishes to say something.
So Richard and David, lovely to see you. And David, I'll say, if I may, some words about you in a minute in moving the thanks. Your Worship, if I can do that. But I just got a couple of questions first, if I may. What role do you see for Auckland Council as about 75% funder of the museum and appointer of, say, 50% of your board in having a formal say in the strategic direction of your board?
Would you like to answer that?
Well, I think that's a very fair question, and David can speak in a minute to that too. And I'm aware that there is an interest in the council in this, and of course, as we develop our next strategic plan, our consultation requires us to engage very fully with the council. It's not something that we just develop in isolation. As you're aware, the majority of board members are council appointees, so we do have quite a significant input, potentially, through those representatives on our particular board.
Thank you. My second question, because of course the legislation around you and us is very interesting, I think. And you've indicated a desire for more central government funding in the past. So to convince central government, I think we will need to demonstrate more than just a claim of we are of national significance. So what activities do you feel that should be funded by central government?
Thank you, Councillor. We've done an analysis of not only our national significance, but also, more importantly, our national benefit at the services that we provide to the nation. These are extensive. These include major educational services. Those include major services to iwi and to communities around New Zealand in respect of the repatriation of taonga and other assets. And in the area of sustainability as well, and leading the sector on various initiatives for museums, galleries and other cultural assets in sustainability. There's a whole series of other initiatives as well, but these are services that we have developed, given the scale and the significance of the assets that we hold. Another point really that everybody should be aware of is that so many of our collections originate from around the nation and not just from the locality. We're not a local history museum, we're effectively a national museum for Aucklanders in Auckland, in effect. And the future, and I've always argued this, and I've said it at this table several times, the future must be about a formula, a shared formula between central and local government for the funding model going forward. However, we are facing an immediate and medium-term financial crisis, and we need to find a solution short-term, longer-term. I think we need new conversations, and we've initiated those with our colleagues in government. We've had several conversations with the Ministry for Culture and Heritage. We're talking to members of Parliament and others about the future, and that's a different conversation. And to be successful in that endeavour, we're going to need everybody to work together, including Council, to support the museum in that conversation and that ambition.
Okay, I said 2 questions, so here comes the second one. Lotto, I know you wanted to have one. Can you have a chat to the guys quietly after? Otherwise I'll lose the day. So I'm going to hold to the 2 questions per day, per thing today. So Wayne Walker, please.
Sure. Got a question for you around the bow wave problem. And I guess it goes like this. Correct me if I'm wrong, but what you're stating is, irrespective of how successful you are in terms of getting people through the door, because essentially it's free, but obviously there's a huge social value attached to it, you're not in a position to pay for vital repairs to the building to protect the taonga. And I would suggest, and you may not be aware of this, but your financial frugality over the last few years has been significantly better than council. I don't know whether you're aware of that, and you're coming to us, correct me if I'm wrong, but in a position where you are incredibly hard pressed, and Auckland Council is really the lifesaver in terms of helping you.
Well, you've summed up a lot of very relevant points there, yes. And we feel very strongly as a board that Auckland's ratepayers for the past 100 years or more have contributed to the development of this museum on the hill. And last year we celebrated, in fact, the Mayor of Auckland of the day led a design competition for the museum, which is built there. So we're very conscious that we, as David has mentioned, we are dealing with an intergenerational asset, and we just have to keep that asset in really good shape. Coming to your point about people coming through the door, we don't feel, given that this is a publicly funded asset as it is, that we should be charging Aucklanders when they walk through the door to use their museum. They've invested in it already. But equally, we are aware that what brings them through the door can't just be a static set of boxes with taonga. The whole way that museums operate has changed, and we have to be with that, and this is where David Gamester, as director, has been vitally important over the last 5 years in helping us to move the museum into a very relevant and modern space.
Okay, thanks for that. Item 12 later in the day discusses this, and there'll be more opportunity for people to debate and question at that stage. All right, thank you very much for that. Next group to come to the front. Oh, Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, Your Worship, in moving this, I would just like to say a few words of acknowledgement about David Gamester, because many of you will be aware that he comes to the end of his tenure very shortly. Dr. Gamester, or David, started back in 2017, can you believe, that long ago, replacing the previous director, Roy Clare. You came from the Hunterian in Glasgow, and it represented a big change of career for you, and you've done that really, really well. And I know you and your family have embraced all that is Auckland and in New Zealand, with your wife, of course, also working in Auckland here at Highwick House. So like all organisations, the last few years have not been easy for the Auckland Museum. It is a museum that covers the widest possible range of subject matters and attempts to provide a survey of the natural and scientific world and of human history in its broad span. Of course, it is also Auckland's War Memorial Museum and housed in a significant historic building. This means it has significant assets which have been built up over time by Aucklanders and is maintained by Aucklanders. It's in this context, David, that you have provided a steady hand and responded to the challenges given to us by the global pandemic. Part of this was working with your board to ensure the museum did not contribute additional stress to the challenges that we at Council faced financially over that time. And for that, we are most very, very grateful. In the context of a vastly reduced revenue base, to continue to be a well-loved part of Auckland that has rebounded well is an absolute achievement for you. So thank you. In a personal capacity, I've worked with you, David, of course, as Chair of the Domain Committee. Obviously, the museum is a major feature of the Domain, and we've had many significant dealings on access projects in and through the Domain with regards to the museum. So on behalf of us all, I would like to thank you for your contribution to Auckland through the Auckland War Memorial Museum and wish you all the best in your new challenge across the ditch. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, please.
Okay, there's a motion from Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Foley, to receive the public input from these gentlemen on behalf of the Auckland Memorial regarding item 12 and consideration of the funding. I'd like to thank them for their attendance and acknowledge the service of Dr. David Gamester to Auckland War Memorial and wish him well for his role. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Well done. Thank you very much for that. Kiwi Property, David Schwartzfigger, has the opportunity to speak to item 9, which is investment in Drury. Please come to the front. Yeah, you're welcome.
Good morning, Council. Kia ora. Good morning, Council. Kia ora. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with Mayor and councillors. Investment in Drury. So obviously Kiwi is one of the many developers in Drury. We're conscious that we need to try and get this right. This is a very important project for the Greater Auckland. It represents something in the order of 7,000 jobs and 20,000 homes. Really important in this time. Financially, for many families, it's very difficult, and housing is obviously a key topic around the city together with employment. Quickly, the issues I want to cover. Look, we need to get this right. There's been a lack of transparency through the process, which we're concerned about, and some of the filters on some of the projects are difficult. And as you'll see, there's a number of errors through the information that you received. But look, we think that there is a simple solution to it, and we'll take you through that. Currently, central government's spending $2.8 billion of investment in South Auckland. That's underway and it's happening. You'll see the motorway expanding as we go, and NZTA together with central government putting money into train stations through Drury. Due to be finished 2025-26, and at that time it would be fantastic to see jobs and homes in the area. We need to ensure that that investment operates efficiently when it opens. I think the last thing that any of us want to see is that we've got a train station and trains that are working inefficiently without people around them and essentially are stranded assets. Kiwi Property Income, together with other developers, are funding significant amount of upgrades through the Drury area. That in parallel with central government and the investments from council, we need everybody to work together. The infrastructure that we're putting in equally matches the numbers in front of you, which is obviously very similar to the investment. And it all needs to work seamlessly together. And I guess my point to that is that if we're not putting in the local roads, we're not upgrading the sewerage, I'm not building motorway ramps, that's left to then to council to do. We all need to seamlessly and in lockstep work together. And I guess to that point, when we then turn ourselves to having a 30-year budget, the cost of the inflation to it, the cost of the creep on top of it, the cost of the interest on top of it, blows the numbers out of the water. And I guess it becomes a disincentive when we're sitting there and we escalate the cost of, and there's an example that has come to the council is where we had a project which had a land value of some 100 million. By the time it was escalated, it popped out to $1 billion. So we need to ensure that there is long-term, good quality planning over a 30-year period, but then when we start putting compound escalation,
Morning.
not my supporters, but when we start putting compound interest on top of it, it becomes problematic. And I guess, look, I've pulled out some examples for you with respect to lack of transparency. You'll have some papers in front of you on the list of items that you're currently considering. In the last round that's come out in the last 2 months, there's obviously been $500 million worth of additional costs lumped on top of it. The actual expenditure that council's now looking at making from what we saw as consultation has actually popped out 37 years. And look, we've identified to you where there's problems in the calculations. And as I said, projects that have changed in value and literally do not make any sense to us. In the most recent round of stuff, we've given you a couple of examples in there. There's a Jesmond Road project that came out not more than 3 months ago. It's now popped from 19 million to 120 million. We see a cycleway that's popped in value from 40 million to 110 million. So we're okay with long-term planning, but we just think it's really important that we try and get these numbers right before a decision is made on them. Conversely, we've given you another couple of examples here. There's no filter on the projects. So currently in the list that you have in front of you today, you're looking at putting a bridge through the national power grid. It is very difficult. And not being disrespectful, it's 220 kV line. Putting a bridge within contact distance of it, it's just not going to work. So we need to have a filter on the stuff to get it right in the list before it's put through. Lastly, and moving through quickly, you obviously have some papers in front of you. Again, we've tried to reconcile the papers. You'll appreciate that the papers don't really add up. So, personally, I find it difficult that you've been asked to make a decision on it. When I table through the list, it doesn't compute through. When I take the summary table, it doesn't compute through. So, look, it's difficult, and I appreciate it's difficult for the councillors, but this stuff is really important. It needs to happen in lockstep. It needs to be accurate. We need everybody to work together in a cooperative process, not lists just to be sent out that they're an interesting wish list. So I guess my ask is that we pause the process on Drury investment today. I've made the suggestion that we just get a mediator, and I don't mind whether it's a judge, I don't mind whether it's Bill Cashmore, I don't mind if it's somebody, but to sit down, work through the list, get the numbers right so that the councillors have an accurate list to make a decision on, and ensure that it's just fair and equitable and correct as a good basis to start with. And I know that there's some pressure on making a decision, getting it done. I don't actually think that you have time constraints. A lot of the first wave of development on Drury, look, it's zoned, it is consented, the DCs are locked in. On Drury West, it's an 800 lot subdivision, you've accepted it, DCs are $9,000 a lot. That stuff's already locked in, so let's get it right for future stages moving forward. And look, happy to take any questions.
Well, thanks for that. I think we all agree that we should have the numbers right. And I'm pleased to hear you say that you're okay with long-term planning, but just get the numbers right, so that's good. I also note you said that the trains are coming, so we need the houses. That's kind of the other way around. I thought the trains became because you have the houses, but call me old-fashioned. No, anybody particularly desperate to ask this gentleman 2 questions? We are discussing this later in the day, and he has put forward something which is worth considering. And I think we'll accept that, and thank you very much for your contribution. Councillor Darby can't resist himself, so...
Sorry, a bit late on that. Thanks, Chair. Just in terms of you're supportive of long-term planning for those future communities, but you're not supportive of a 30-year outlook for DCs. Can you just reconcile that? Or are you supportive of a 30-year outlook, but you just want accuracy on the detail?
So, good question. Look, we're supportive of long-term planning. We're supportive of making sure that we've got a long-term future in place. What we're not supportive of is that when you take it outside of the 10-year round, the compounding interest, the uncertainty in the inflation becomes enormous. And as an example, we're inflating in your model at 7 or 8% through the model. There's already uncertainty built in. So to give you a practical example, in the numbers that we saw in the consultation pack. Council wanted to buy $100 million worth of flood land. It got inflated to $1 billion. So that, to me, seems wrong, you know. So, look, do it in increments of 10 years. That's what the LGA provides for. Certainly have a 30-year vision, have a 50-year vision, and check back in and get it right.
Okay, just one quick one, Mayor. We'll take that on board. I hear you're supportive of long-term planning for the communities. It's somewhat about the detail. We'll get there. Just in terms of, this has been a long road to get to this point, and you're suggesting a pause now. How many engagements has your company, or I think, David, you in your letter to us, you were representing 4 parties, weren't you?
Yeah, so...
Or was that just from Kiwi?
No,
So how many engagements have you had?
We've probably had 5 engagements. I am still chasing the same data I've requested 3 years ago. There is still an active Lagoima/official information request on simple stuff. So transparently release the information, get down to the detail. You should be able to get through it very quickly, but staff need to be transparent. They need to, you know, it's not rocket science. Yeah.
Good question, thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Oh, super. Thank you for your time.
Have a move and a second for thanking them for the presentation. Baker and myself in favour. Contrary, thank you very much. I'd like to call to the front the Fowl Local Board who have a request for local board input. Kay Thomas, and you'll introduce those with you.
Good morning. My apologies that councillors do not have the PowerPoint presentation. I'd like to introduce the members. Member Warren Piper, Deputy Chair Whasitura Mosa, Member Sarah Patterson-Hamlin, and many of you will already know Member Ross Clough. And I'm Kay Thomas, the Chair. So
the presentation was received and it is on Nexus, but pop it up. We're all looking forward to seeing it again. A lovely picture of Avondale.
We've come to you today with a request around the future of Avondale, but first some background. Faux Local Board straddles the boundaries of 2 legacy council areas. Avondale was on the periphery of the old Auckland council area, and as with some other suburbs on the council margins, it was much neglected. In 2017, a 68-hectare area of Avondale was selected as an unlocked priority area for a 15-year urban regeneration program. One of the key roles for Eke Panuku in Avondale is land sale and acquisitions to enable strategic outcomes, and I'll come back to that $49 million shortly. A priority project was the relocation and construction of a new library and community centre. It would replace the current library, the community centre, parts of which have been closed for years because of black mould, and the Citizens Advice Bureau, which has been housed for years in a tiny, ageing portacom in the library car park. This slide shows you the extent of the Unlock Avondale project, some land acquisition, but predominantly land sales. Please note the area bordered in red. Avondale is undergoing significant intensification. This sketch is a simple indication of the planned level of intensification and mostly covers the area bordered in red, which includes a planned development by the Maratoa Auckland Group for 700 plus units across a number of apartment blocks. This was the largest single resource consent application ever lodged with Auckland Council. The sketch does not include the 117 recently completed Araha apartments built by Ockham, or the neighbouring 236 units being built across 5 apartment blocks for senior housing Kaiangora. These 3 developments alone will add over 1,000 homes to Avondale, in addition to other planned Kaiangora and private developments. There is also a proposal to build thousands of homes on Avondale Racecourse. Such intensification requires infrastructure for residents. The current Māori Ageing Community Centre is no longer fit for purpose, although parts of it are still being used. Te Hono, the proposed library and community centre, is the key public good investment for Avondale, and you can see there the planned sources of funding. A location has been decided, land has been purchased, widespread consultation with the community occurred, and in mid-2021, Faux Local Board approved the design concept. However, as the KPMG report in March this year identified, the key risk to the program is the development of the new community centre and town square, as they are pivotal to achieving the overall vision for Avondale. Not only have construction costs gone up, but the value of the site to be sold has dropped by an estimated $3 to $6 million. We have been asked to agree to the project being constructed in stages, but the first stage does not begin to replace what we already have in our current community centre. It will not meet the needs of current Avondale residents, let alone the thousands who will move here as a result of the Unlock project. Most local board members learned of this shortfall last week. We have come early to your annual budget discussions to request additional funding so this building can be fully completed. That was not a Freudian slip. We have been unable to get accurate figures, but have been told that the shortfall is at least $10 to $12 million. Since the beginning of the Unlock program, Eki Panuku has made over $40 million net. And I want to repeat, $49 million net. So that takes out the land acquisition that has occurred from the sale of land in Avondale. And this does not include the sale of the land on which the current library, community centre and car park are sited. Please consider this request. We are not asking for anything large or ostentatious, just a facility that will help overcome the decades of neglect Avondale has suffered. Thank you.
Seems a very reasonable request to me. Kieran Leone would like to ask a question about it, followed by Shane Henderson as two local representatives. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you very much for your presentation, Kay, and to the Faux Local Board that have come in today. Look, I'm also very concerned about the extensive wait it has been following on from the consultation process to get this off the ground. So I think that the two questions that I have is, what do you believe has specifically been the delay, and what has the allocated funding been from Eki Panuku for Avondale?
Our understanding is that the majority of this funding goes into a range of Eki Panuku projects, not necessarily back to Avondale. As I said, the net doesn't include the land acquisition, what has been paid for land acquisitions. So it seems reasonable to us that some of the land that's been, some of the money that's been taken out could go back into paying for the centre. Otherwise you have thousands of people there with no heart to the area.
If I could just comment that I notice Councillor Fletcher is here, and Councillor Fletcher is the last remaining councillor from Auckland City Council. Avondale in the last 30 years has received one playground. So, and if you look at that report that Kay is referring to, the Panuku Urban Regeneration Report, page 27, just so we're not exaggerating, and they're not Panuku figures, they're KPMG figures. There's a statement, actual net sales are well in excess of planned sales. CapEx, 71% of planned CapEx has been spent. There's an $8 million underspend. Net sales above budget are 782% above the planned budget. That is 49 million compared to 6.3, that's 42 million profit. You add 8 and 42 together, it's $50 million been sucked out of Avondale, and we have received a playground. And that's all I'm going to say. But just remember, Avondale, Otahu, Penrose always dipped out at Auckland City Council, and we are getting arguably screwed again a little bit. So we just ask you to consider just balancing the budgets. Let us have a brand new community centre. The other one has been shut down because of mould, or half shut down because of mould, for well over 10 years now.
Well said. Councillor Henderson.
Member Clow just sort of answered the question I was planning to ask, so I'll rephrase it. Does the local board believe generally that investment should follow housing intensification?
Certainly. We just look at the proportion of developer levies that are be coming out of that 700 unit, those 700 units in the apartment blocks next to the location of this new community centre, and where is that going, let alone where has the Iki Panuku money gone? Just to remind councillors, this is a walkable catchment. It's one of those areas that has been set aside for intensification, but we do need the facilities to support it.
Thank you for that presentation. I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to get hold of Iki Panuku and just see what they can do about this, if that's all right.
Thank you very much,
Thank you
Mayor.
very much for
And thank
attending
you,
and for your presentation. Very well received. I'll move that it's received and Karen Leone will, and I'll second it. All those in favour? Right. Contrary, carried. Thank you very much. Now what have we got? There's no extraordinary items, and so we're going to move into the meat of the day with the Chief Executive and the Group Financial Officer's update. And I'd ask Mr. Gudsell if he's present. There he is. The process is you're welcome to leave your blanket. We'll all get cold at the end of the day while we're still here, so... No trouble. Do you want me to take the photo? Okay, come around. Send it around here. Right, sorry to take your wind out of your sails there, Chief Executive and Group Chief Financial Officer, but the entertainment, so we're going back to the boring stuff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors. There are a few subjects I wanted to cover this morning. I want to cover an update on recent changes on the government's reform agenda. I want to provide an update on our savings target for this current financial year that we're in, and I want to speak to our response to the January 27 weather event and the review. Firstly, on the government reform agenda, specifically a few points in relation to the affordable water announcement that was made a few weeks ago. On the 13th of April, in fact, the Minister for Local Government and the Prime Minister outlined the proposed changes to the Three Waters program reset, now known as Affordable Water. The government announcement included a few key points, that there will now be 10 new regionally owned and led public water entities to be established instead of the 4 as originally proposed. They maintain that balance sheet separation is still seen as critical to manage current and future infrastructure debt. Entities will be owned by local councils on behalf of the public, and entity borders to be based on existing regional areas as much as possible. Each entity to be run by a professional board with members appointed on competency and skill, and strategic oversight and direction to be provided by local representative groups, with each local council in the country to be represented. Importantly, the announcement also made clear that the better off funding that was expected to be paid to councils will no longer be made available. The impact of that for Auckland Council is in the order of $350 million. There's no change to the structure of Entity A, which will still include Auckland and Northland Water Services. We understand it's likely the Entity A Chief Executive role will remain unchanged. The Minister will be progressing the relevant legislation, aiming to have it passed before the general election in October. Generally, the announcement also made provision for a delay to the implementation timeline to commence from early 2025, although there is flexibility for it still to commence in the case of Auckland from July 2024, and that's a conversation that we need to maintain with the National Transition Unit and government. Our staff are working closely with the NTU to understand what that means for Auckland. The governing body has a workshop planned on the 10th of May to provide further updates. IMSB and local board chairs have been invited to that workshop. I'd like to make a few comments in relation to the savings target for the FY23 year, that is the year that we are in. And councillors might recall that we had a savings target for FY23 of $90 million. As at the end of March, we've achieved savings of $95.7 million. Permanent cost reductions have been achieved through a range of different activities and actions, operational efficiencies like fleet reduction and optimisation of our vehicle fleet. Office space reduction continues to be a focus, procurement savings through contract negotiations, service delivery improvements like digitisation of services continues to be an area of focus, and notwithstanding increased demand, there has been no growth in support services like HR, finance or governance. Our statutory FTE is reducing, and at the end of March was 6,338. And if we remove from that the externally funded roles, council funded roles sit at 6,253 FTE. The annualised turnover rate remains steady at 15%. The remainder of the savings are one-off savings, including underspend through spend controls, detailed budget reviews across customer and community services and various other cost categories. A range of savings through underspend, primarily from staff costs and professional services as a result of recruiting and spending controls in the Chief Planning Office, governance and group services, and a couple of $1 million of one-off savings from underspend in the Mayor's office and the CE's office. While overall the achievement of our savings target is a good result, it's important to note that a significant proportion of it is recurring. It's not all recurring savings. And a proportion of it, around 15%, are one-off savings in nature. Good in this financial year, but not beneficial in subsequent financial years. However, pleasing that we've achieved the cost savings target for this year. Thirdly, I want to make some comments in relation to the January 27 weather event, the cyclone, our flood response in particular, our response to the flood review in particular. On the 12th of April, Mike Bush presented the Independent Auckland Flood Response Review. It was commissioned by the Office of the Mayor. Over the following days, I've reviewed the detail of that report and the Mayor's letter to me and took the time to reflect deeply on the contents and its recommendations. On the following Monday and Tuesday, Phil Wilson, in his capacity as Acting Group Recovery Manager, and I met with a wide range of media outlets to answer questions and share with them and therefore with Aucklanders our next steps. It's important to reassure Aucklanders and our agency partners that we take the report very seriously and to be upfront about areas where Aucklanders should expect more from us. Yesterday, the Civil Defence and Emergency Management Committee considered a prioritised plan of actions for the Auckland Emergency Management Function. The plan was received and is now will now move into implementation. The report has been referred through to the governing body and is on the agenda for today. Just to reassure you, we remain committed to addressing the areas identified in the review. From the perspective of the recovery more broadly, yesterday the Civil Defence and Emergency Management Committee we had the opportunity to introduce Matt Tucker, a newly appointed Group Recovery Manager who started with us yesterday. Matt will report directly to me. He will work across the organisation with the CCOCEs, our Recovery Office team, agency partners and elected members to deliver on our recovery objectives. We will provide monthly progress reports to the governing body, and from the May governing body report, you will also be provided with performance reporting and measures that outline progress against those objectives. We welcome Matt to the role. We're pleased to have secured some of his experience and skills, and he's joining us in the meeting today. I'll hand over to Peter for an update on the group financials.
Thank you, Jim. And through you, Chair. What I will talk to today are the provisional results for the Auckland Council and Auckland Council Group to 31 March 2023, which will be finalised as part of quarterly reporting. So I'll start with the group, the results for the Auckland Council Group for the 9 months to 31 March. Capital investment, 1.87 billion against a budget of 2 billion. So that's a delivery of 93% of budget. There are some highlights in there, so I don't just talk numbers at you. Healthy Waters completed the Ports of Auckland, outfall upgrade tunnelling and Clinker Place in New Lynn. The cycling program at Lambie Drive site and corridor safety program at Atkinson Avenue were completed. The North West Bus Improvements Program, Te Ātatu South and North Main Works have had practical completion issued as well. The North West Bus Improvements Program, Te Ātatu South and North have had practical completion issued. The upgrade at the Pukekohe wastewater treatment plant was completed, which doubles its capacity and improves water quality in the Parker Lane stream, obviously topical issues at the moment. With respect to revenue, direct revenue was practically on budget. It was 2 billion against a budget of 1.9 billion. There, as usual, were several overs and unders, continuing the trend of previous months, the largest of those being 50 million under revenue on public transport, parking and infringement revenue, 30 million under on water care, interconnect growth charges and new connections revenue, and the upsides coming through water and wastewater user charges, 30 million on port storage and demurrage, 14 million AT Whakakatahi operating subsidy. That's a bit of a double count because that's also covering off some of the shortfall in the PT, and 14 million upside for Tataki Auckland Unlimited fees around unexpected Project Activate revenues. So broadly on track. Direct operating expenditure, 2.557 million against a budget of 2.549 million. So that's in line with budget. And the key drivers in that, it's mainly due to a $14 million underspend on employee benefits through vacancies and recruitment control, and 23 million increase on outsourced work and service costs, which is mainly due to the weather events. Net debt, the other key aspect to talk to at the group level, a year-to-date increase of 760 million, which leaves net debt at 11.8 billion as at the end of March. Also, within the group space, insurance placement meetings have begun for the placement of the group insurance, and the Ports of Auckland Treasury and insurance functions are now being provided on a group basis from council parent. If we come down to Auckland Council, the results for Auckland Council for the same 9-month period, capital expenditure of 300 million, that's a 78% delivery against a budget of 384 million, an underspend of 84 million, mainly driven by construction and land purchase delays. Direct revenue slightly above at 426 million against a budget of 423, so effectively online. And direct operating expenditure, 1.1 billion against a budget of 1.15 billion, 44 million below budget. The savings have been achieved, as our CEO described, with work remaining, as he also indicated, to achieve ongoing savings or reductions in OPEX. We have the annual budget process underway. The public consultation, as we know, closed on March 28th, and workshops have started and will continue. If I briefly turn to key economic market activity and updates, we've had some new information. Annual inflation rate, consumer price index, the CPI, was 6.7% at the end of March 2023. Our chief economist, Gary Blick, will describe more around the largest change in their tradables versus non-tradables. And while this sounds reasonably technical, I think it's quite important that we unpick the key drivers behind that CPI result. It has implications for us. The official cash rate increased to 5.25% on April the 5th from 4.75%. Employment rate, 3.4% to the end of December, and GDP, gross domestic product, quarterly growth at the end of the March was 2.2%. So thank you for your attention. I'll now pass you over to Gary Blick to update some of those other key economic factors.
Kia ora koutou. Just offer some broad points on the matter of inflation and the outlook for interest rates, as Peter mentioned just now. Well, the headline figure does look like positive news in that we've seen consumer price index fall for the year to March 2023 from 7.2 to 6.7. But just it's useful to distinguish between that headline result and the underlying mix of price pressures. And one way that can be done is to separate out the, I guess, tradable versus non-tradable components. And that's just a way of saying there are parts of the economy that are quite exposed to international competition, and there's some that aren't exposed to international competition. And if we think about that reduction, most of that's come through the international channel, through the tradable or internationally tradable components, which the inflation's come down quite strongly there. But on the domestic side, the tradable component, or I should say the non-tradable component, it's actually increased from 6.6 to 6.8, which is an all-time high. So that's just a way of saying that, I guess, pressures on the domestic side of the economy are at an all-time high. And if you look beneath that headline figure, you get a different story, which is really that there's a risk of high inflation expectations becoming embedded in domestic wage and price setting behaviours. So that probably points to the Reserve Bank holding a firm line with the outlook for the official cash rate. And the consensus really is that a further increase of 25 basis points from 5.25 to 5.5% is very much on the cards for the next decision, which is scheduled for the 24th of May. Of course, the Reserve Bank's got a mandate to reduce inflation and keep it on average over time within its policy target band, which is 1 to 3%. Of course, right now the headline is sitting at 6.7, so there's some way to go there. That channel, of course, trying to raise the official cash rate, which flows through to commercial interest rates as a way of dampening activity by raising the cost of finance. so that households will ease back on consumption and businesses will also respond accordingly. I would say that the outlook from the Reserve Bank's monetary policy statement, which was released in February, is for an easing of inflationary pressures later this year, but the uncertainty is around how quickly that can be brought about. The Reserve Bank's forecast is for above 5% still by the end of the year, which is still high and above its policy target band. I'd just like to touch on, finally, on the implications of this outlook, I guess, for the Auckland Council and for households. One dimension to think about is that with the easing of house prices, we've seen the median price come back from a peak of 1.3 down to 1, probably unsustainable at that earlier peak, and some further falls yet, although we're still above the pre-COVID price. But what I would say about that is that with falling prices, that's a signal for an easing in development activity. So we would expect through that channel some of the consent volumes and the revenue that's being budgeted to fall that would come to pass in terms of implications for the council. I think from a household perspective, the cost of living pressures will still be there, albeit increasing at a slower pace. Just to put some of the pressures to date into perspective, we look below that headline rate, which was 6.7 for Consumer Price Index. Unpick that and look at food. One of the essentials for households is up by 11%, and in particular fruit and vegetables year on year up 20%. Of course, some of that will reflect the impact on fresh produce from the severe weather events in the first quarter of this year too. I'd say that while these falling house prices are paper losses, households will adjust their activity with that reduced wealth that they would feel. Alongside that, some households will have income growth, with benefits in New Zealand Super being adjusted by CPI on the 1st of April as in line with government policy. And the outlook for the labour cost index is still for rising wages overall. So thank you.
Thank you for that bleak assessment of the economy. A couple of things I'd like to have you to keep an eye on and report to us is we often hear the word consents about building, but there is a big difference between a resource consent and a building consent. And at times like this, you'll find that the building consent numbers will drop off quite quicker than the resource consents, which have some considerable time before they lapse. So could we have a regular eye kept on that, because it gives us a good idea of the implications on the organisation. The other thing is we've now had several months since the 270 million jumped to $295 million hole. I've got a sneaking suspicion that $295 million hole has got bigger, and I would like to have some information at some stage on that. And I know you probably don't know what it is, but I'd be surprised if you're not going to look at me and say it hasn't got bigger, because that's one of the things that tends to happen in bleak times. Perhaps Mr Gudsley might like to just comment on that at least one way or another.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. We are coming back with a budget refresh for you as part of the annual budget workshops. I believe that one's scheduled for the 10th of May, but it might not be completely crisp, but it's early in May. And yes, we are seeing some pressures out there. I talked about the insurance placement. Obviously, we've had the large weather event, and we think that will impact upon price and capacity. And that's why I mentioned that we're working through that placement process now. Also, the inflation and interest rates within the economy are still driving some increases in some of our input costs, such as utilities. We're pulling that all together now, and that will come through in that budget workshop as a budget refresh.
You are generally confirming that that is not positive news, it's likely to be negative news.
I continue to look for positive news. I'm struggling.
When will there be good news? That should be the statement from now on. Deputy Mayor Simpson wishes to speak, followed by former Mayor Fletcher.
Thank you, Your Worship. Jim, thank you very much, and Peter and team. Jim, first of all, congratulations on exceeding the budget for savings. It's always a combination of one-offs and permanent, so you've done really, really well in that space. But my question is around your, in the agenda, the bullet points around the three waters now called affordable water. What's not in there is the fact that the government have cancelled their second tranche of funding. If we were to have got that second tranche of funding, is it true to say we wouldn't have the $295 million hole we've currently got because we could have used that money? Is that correct?
No, I'm going to say no, that's not correct. We hadn't counted on that money in our forecast. It wouldn't have been paid to us until after the close of this financial year. In any event, we would have had to consider how it was applied. Given it would be funded probably by debt, we in all likelihood, in exchange for assets, we in all likelihood would have dealt with it as a capital payment. But I'm looking across the table at Peter to confirm or otherwise correct me.
Rather than the accounting technical definition, I think the main aspect is it's a one-off, and the operating gap is something that's got to be solved for on an ongoing basis. So while you'd never look a gift horse in the mouth, and the money would have been useful, it wouldn't have solved the ongoing operating gap.
Just like it didn't last time. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Your Worship. My questions are to Mr Stabeck, and they relate, as part of your report on government reform updates, I'm curious to know from your personal perspective, what impact is the Council having in terms of the advocacy to central government on legislative reform?
It's a little hard to know how to answer that question in a quantifiable way, Councillor, as I'm sure you would expect. The reality, though, is we still remain very well connected to to DIA and the National Transition Unit. They do seek our input. We provide it. We'll continue to work with them, but in terms of the extent to which we have been, helpful in shaping the changes that they've made, I'd say marginal.
Thank you. Secondly, in speaking from your perspective as CEO, what are the significant risks that you see at a personal sense for the council at this time, over and above those that have been well articulated by Mr Gudsell? But I would be interested in your observations.
I'm sorry, Councillor, can you clarify risks in terms of?
I think for the period that we're considering, in an organisational sense, are there any risks that you would highlight to us as governors sitting around the table? Other than everything, as the Mayor is suggesting,
yeah.
But it would be interesting to know what are those specific things that, or are there any specific things that you should be drawing to our attention?
Look, I would simply say, Councillor, that everyone knows we're in a difficult period of trying to agree the parameters of next year's budget under significant pressure to solve what we've talked about as being the budget gap, and the fact that none of those solutions are easy for anyone to be able to adopt. And I think everyone in the organisation feels both their obligation to support our communities, to continue to provide services, at the same time knows that the organisation is under pressure to be as efficient as possible, and in some cases will be required to do less. And in that environment, of course, there's a sense or an air of uncertainty that comes with all of that. It's uncertainty for our organisation, it's uncertainty for our people, and to some extent it's uncertainty for communities until we arrive at decisions. And so in the context of uncertainty, we face risks of people making different decisions about their career, about confidence that they might have in their employment, in their funding, in those sorts of things. you know, I would simply say the best solution for that is to get through the budget process with clear decisions so that we can move forward next year, knowing that whatever package of decisions councillors land on will require compromises to be made across all of those dimensions. And our job then, of course, is to get on and implement those things and rebuild the confidence that people have, having worked through that period of uncertainty.
Thank you.
Good answer. Thank you. Councillor Henderson and then Councillor Foley.
Thank you. A question for Mr. Gudsell. How has the discretionary spending initiative been implemented, and do we have an indication on the amount of savings that we've made or expect to make?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll reframe the question if that's okay, but let me know if I still hit the flavour of it. There wasn't a discretionary expenditure initiative. There was a process by which council management understood the requirements of us to manage our expenditure more tightly, given the weather events, to appropriately help assist the cost that would arise from that. The way in which that worked was from the top down in terms of looking to manage discretionary expenditure to the extent that we were able to characterise and define that. And we went back to some of the lessons from COVID and the emergency response time, where we were able to characterise some essential services and some aspects which could be paused for a while. So I think we can see in the aggregate the achievement of the cost reductions over the period. To the extent that they extend over the 90, that would suggest to me in a directional sense that the discretionary expenditure controls have had some impact, but we haven't explicitly gone through a process of identification of how much of that came from our own constraint on discretionary spend.
Sorry, just to follow up, Mr. Mayor. So we're planning on doing that work post-July, figuring out how much money we've saved?
And back through the Mayor, it would be a very difficult exercise to characterise spend or non-spend as being driven by that, and would require a lot of work and probably lead to spurious accuracy. So it wouldn't be something I'd be thinking would be worth spending money on.
Thank you. Thanks.
Councillor Foley, please.
Kia ora, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Jim, and the team for your update. I actually didn't think it was quite as bleak as all that, and I did hear quite a few positives in your updates. And so I would like to ask a question about one of those positive points, and that is around our revenue being slightly up above what was projected. So if you could just give us a little bit more detail, why, or what happened, why was it up, and what was the makeup, just so that we can have something positive to end that on. Kia ora.
Okay, I'm looking for the most positive revenue number now. Council parent, that will be an adequate, so we'll just look at the parent position. So we're 3 above in terms of our direct revenue, and that's mainly driven by our other direct revenue. Now, to drill down into that, it's increased rent, leisure centre and building consent revenue totalling 15 million. So that's the upside, that's mitigating some of the downsides, but I won't go into the downsides too much. I'll just talk to that 15 upside in rent, leisure centre, building consenting revenue. The key aspect that's really pleasing in there is the way in which community facilities and recreational revenue is coming back as the subscriber base is coming back and the customers.
Okay, there's no more questions. Thank you very much for... Oh no, sorry, Councillor Darby.
Sorry, I'm a bit late out of the blocks again there, Mayor, twice in a row. Just on the plan change 78 delay, can I address that now? Is it appropriate now on that? That's part of the report. Just in terms of that, I know we're having a workshop on the 12th on that. I'm just sort of concerned about timing of that and the implications of that delay that which we don't understand. I understand there's a notice, an amendment notice needs to be lodged or taken by the minister, because I understand there's implications of that delay, particularly it has potential to delay our natural hazards plan change, and I notice the minister is making some suggestions that we can undertake changes to design standards, but the National Policy Statement for Urban Development constrained us significantly in that area. So I'm just wondering about, is the Chief of Strategy here to address that? Because it is a question of timing.
She's just had to leave the room.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there she is. She came in the other side.
Oh, the other way. So I'm not sure whether, Megan, you got that.
Apologies, sorry, I was just shooting out. I didn't hear the question. Sorry, Councillor Darby.
So in the report, it mentions the Plan Change 78 delay or extension, actually, granted by the Minister in response to Councillor Dalton's letter. I was sort of thinking about that and thinking about, you know, we're going to have a workshop on the 12th, yes, but I'm just wondering, given that the Minister has to, I think he has to amend the notice for intensification, notice...
there is a Gazette notice that
Gazette
would just change that final time requirement. Yep.
Yep. So look, my question is around the implications that possibly we didn't understand at the time, particularly around the natural hazards plan change. And my reading is, but I'm open for your confirmation or otherwise, is that it actually delays the opportunity for us to introduce that plan change because you can't really go and amend the PC 78. You have to wait for it to go through and then you apply a new plan change. And then the second one is the Minister made some statements about Council taking the opportunity to look at a whole lot of design standards which I thought we were entirely constrained on by the National Policy Statement, Urban Development. So 2 areas there.
Through the Chair, thanks, and apologies for having to repeat that. We are confident that there are changes that we can make through the Plan Change 78 and the additional time that we've been given in order to both do the evidential work and then the variation effectively, which is what you're talking about, to the plan change. I think, however, we may find, depending on the conversation around this table, the kind of risk appetite that you may or may not have anymore, and some of these, the broader issues that we'll be working with you on in terms of the consequences of the flooding, is that there may well be additional, like an additional plan change or something that is out of scope, which, Councillor Darby, is your point. So I believe there is work we can do within the scope of Plan Change 78. Depending on the conversations, it might go wider than that. And I think that links to your second point. I agree with you, some of the things that the Minister is suggesting to us that are important, or to you as decision makers are important. I agree some of that is out of scope because it is so narrowly focused, and that has always been a concern to us.
Is it worth communicating that to the Minister, that some of his statements are actually constrained by his own legislation? Not to make him
I'm happy
wrong,
to,
but just to actually seek his support on how we can achieve the outcomes even he agrees with.
We've certainly been talking to ministry officials on that the broader conversation about scope and how much we can actually do, we believe, within the scope of the Act versus what they think, whether that's minister or officials, we may be able to do. I think the question of going back to the minister is a political one, so I'm happy if the chair and deputy chair wants to take that up, happy to advise them on that, but that really is a political matter in my view.
Okay. And one last question, just on the water reforms, the scope to go early, and look, you can only challenge these things for so long, and then the law is the law. And Chief Executive, is there opportunity, if we should so choose, for us to agree that we've done our best to, amend the bill and legislation as much as possible? We've won on a few counts and lost out on others. Is there the opportunity to actually implement the water reforms as of 1 July on our part, into DA, 1 July 24?
Perhaps I might answer that, because in fact you're quite prescient in both of those questions. Probably a little bit late with the first one. I had breakfast with David Parker this morning, so if I'd had a clear understanding of that, which I'm still struggling to get of this 78 ones, I'd have raised it, but I can raise it with him because I do see him regularly. And with regard to the early thing, that's in the mix of trades. We would be prepared to go early if we were prompted with sufficient funds to do so. And so I think you're right. If they're going to do it anyhow, and you can go early as a kind of like a Judas bull and get something for it, it might be worth looking into it. But I wouldn't do anything without coming back to everybody. But it's on the table of things in negotiation.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking of our next budget, our LTP, which is, that's where we need to be factoring in.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I've got to get over this
with you.
first hurdle, but the next budget is the one which will carry on with the first hurdle cleared into a more sustainable way. And if they are going to do it, we may as well get the best we can. So I've got no problem at all with that question. Thank you. I believe that brings us to an end of this here. Before we move to the next one, I'll need a mover and a seconder to accept that. All those in favour of receiving those reports, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, received. I'm going to risk a 5-minute break there's been a constant stream of councillors going out somewhere or other, which is probably indicating there's a need for a 5-minute break. Righto, ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats. We're going to open with item 8, Recovery Coordination Office Update. Welcome Phil Wilson, Matt Tucker and Mace Ward to the stand. Phil, would you like to open this, please?
Yeah, guilty, Your Honour. Yeah.
Trial.
Kia ora, councillors, Mayor. Probably not fair to throw Matt under the bus 24 hours in terms of fronting this, so I'll lead us out on this item and Mace, and we have a number of other people here to assist in terms of some of the detail sitting in behind the recovery report if needed. I'll try and keep this fairly high level and straightforward. We have a nice, clear interim recovery plan that we're working to now. There is a formal recovery plan for the longer term underway now. I use the word formal because it's important you understand that this is a statutory requirement. Having been in a declared emergency state, we need to go out to the community and finalise that sort of longer term view of the recovery activities that form our overall effort over the next period of time. Just a few themes that I'll bring your attention to. Clearly, and I think I said this last month in the update, clearly we're through the easier to deal with aspects of this. Not a lot has been easy to deal with, but rehabilitation of the roading network, the things that we could get on and do in the short term are largely done now. You'll see a summary in the report, for example, in the Auckland transport space that bears that out. But there is a need for an integrated sort of remediation infrastructure plan. The team's actually been meeting this morning around that, bringing it together. That's a current focus, and it's important that we're in a position shortly to come to you with that integrated program so that you understand the full cost profile across the transport, the water care, the healthy waters dimensions and so on, and to give an ability to prioritise the important recovery activities in that space. Second thing I'll mention is the need for certain of our communities that have been badly affected on the West Coast. There are plans around the removal of cordons, and that is being socialised with those communities currently. Quite an important step that we're about to come to, and I know that's on the mind of a number of councillors, and happy to address any questions in that regard. There are a number of longer term issues becoming very clear that pardon me, that go to building resilience and dealing with some of the high risk areas, be they in floodplains or in terms of landslip risk. Now, this is the subject of a workshop with you on Monday, so I'd probably encourage that we save the deep dive into that space till Monday when we can go through it with you. Suffice to say, and trying not to get ahead of ourselves here, but you're aware that we have some acutely at-risk properties around the region, and we have a need for some central government leadership in terms of a framework for dealing with some of those managed retreat issues that come out of this. So this is highly sensitive territory, and it's important we understand where central government is at with its policy framework and the funding thereof. So we're going to talk with you on Monday about that. Just finally, two things. Clearly, there's a lot of sensitivity in the community, a lot of affected people, and therefore a lot of demand from us for tailored communications updates, if you like, in terms of how we're tracking, what their scenarios look like. We've been stepping up significantly in that area. I think we're in a much improved space, but I'm also aware that we're not meeting all needs yet, and we're still gearing up in the recovery function to be able to address some of that communications demand. And just very finally, and you'll see some figures in the report today that that indicate a reduced number of red stickered and yellow stickered properties. That's an indication of a significant volume of work that's happened in terms of reassessment of impacted properties. So we're getting really clear now about you know, that profile of damage to properties and what their different scenarios look like in terms of an ability to rebuild and deal with the damage. Part of that relates to the geotechnical landslip risk, etc. That's proving, and we have Ross Roberts online to address any questions in that space that you might have. That is a process that's very technical and takes quite a bit of time and is therefore quite upsetting for people whose properties are affected by landslip risk. There's a program in place. We have supply arrangements in place in terms of geotechnical support from third-party vendors. So it's tracking well, but it takes quite a while. I'll just make mention of that. Look, the very final point I will make is that we're very aware that you will have constituents who have quite specific views, needs, issues that will be coming to you. I just make the offer that the recovery function is there to assist you. We're really happy to deal with those offline. Please reach out to us if you've got those constituent queries coming through, and we'll make sure that they get addressed for yours and their benefit. Thank you, Your Worship. I'll quickly hand to, I think, Mace to fill in any gaps.
Thanks for that, and also thanks for stepping up to the role, Phil. I think you've done a really good job. I'm sure I'd be delighted to pass the ball to Matt.
Kia ora, Your Worship and members. It's a pleasure to be with you today. Just to firstly acknowledge the impact on communities and particularly individuals who've really suffered during this time of the two recent extreme weather events we've had. And just also thanks to you as elected members and others who have been able to support those communities and support us in our work as well. We really appreciate that. The focus, we've been in an establishment phase for the Recovery Office, and the focus has largely been a tail end in this transition phase of response and a focus on repair. And as Mr. Wilson mentioned, the future is all about how we actually build back that infrastructure that's required for communities, and that includes community infrastructure as well and community well-being, and engage people in that, acknowledging that there is funding issues to be resolved, and as Phil mentioned, central government policy. And the discussion this morning, in fact, around with other infrastructure partners was in terms of building back resilience, what are the design standards? And I note Councillor Darby's questions around that. So just to give you some assurance, we have stood up the office, and now with Matt in place, we are making real progress at getting towards continuing to support communities, but also getting towards going out with a recovery plan and engaging with communities around priorities, and particularly how we focus any recovery work, not only in communities themselves, but any physical works, so that we do that in an intelligent and coordinated way with partners across central government and across the Auckland Council group and the private sector as well. I think it's been a real feature of setting up the office, and I heard Councillor Turner used this term yesterday, but an agile approach of partnership with central government agencies and private sector and across the council family. But we're happy to answer any questions, Your Worship, and note that in the future we'll bring you a dashboard of progress around the key initiatives across the 4 key work streams that we've outlined. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Particularly, I've got questions from the west and the south. Councillor Turner.
Thanks. Just you talked about red and yellow stickers both going down. So has red dropped to yellow and more yellows dropped, and what about white? You know, I just wanted to see if are they dropping down or dropping out?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Turner. I think it's certainly the summaries outlined on paragraph 32. So there's a mixture. Some of the reds have gone to yellows, and some of the yellows have gone to whites, and the whites, as the remediation occurs, they drop out. So.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. That's what I was wondering too, because it means you'll ultimately have a lot of whites and no reds if it's a cascade, which I accept it is. With the yellows, they're generally that to move to white requires an electrician to examine, because the level of water's got up into the electrical system. Is there a shortage of electrical suppliers to do that?
I'm not aware of any constraints around people getting those contractors and supply. We have seen some constraints, although the insurance industry has stepped up significantly in getting assessors out to properties, so property owners can get those works completed, but we're not hearing that. But
Councillor Henderson, please.
Thank you, and forgive me, colleagues, for the ward-specific question, but we're getting a lot of feedback around Piha and the closure of the roads. Could I ask if there's any update on when Piha will be open for the public?
Kia ora, Councillor Henderson. We're very aware of the constraints that's been putting on particularly small businesses, but people returning to their normal lives and reconnecting with each other. So the key reasons, perhaps if I can answer the question, Piha has been closed. It's been around the number of slips and severe damage on the road itself, and keeping that criticality of that lifeline for Piha residents open, given the singular nature of that particular road, and the public safety risks associated with dangerous buildings and slips and landslips and community distress and wellbeing. We will provide elected members with an update today about opening back up that road. We have an assurance from Auckland Transport and geotechnical engineers that can occur in the near future, subject to some triggers in the case of heavy rainfall or other land movement that can then be managed through a traffic management system. But we recognise that it's really critical for communities to get back to normal. So.
Thanks. We look forward to that advice. And just while I've got you, because I won't speak on it, but thank you as well for appointing someone in particular to Piha and Karikari. I think that was a really good move and really helpful for that community. Thanks.
Yeah, good question. There's been, both those communities are somewhat divided between the ones who didn't want people in for security and the other ones who wanted their businesses to survive. I think we negotiated that tricky business as well as you could have, and thanks for your involvement there as well, councillors. Councillor Dalton, Furley, Ferry, Fletcher, Sayers and Filipina.
Thank you. Thank you and welcome, Matt. Councillor Henderson just said that you'd appointed somebody specifically for the Piha area, and I wondered about that because you've got so many different responses to provide to so many different things that are happening. So for people who are still left with all this uncertainty, where you've got smaller gaps, or not gaps, where you've got smaller groups of houses that are affected, are they being worked with one-on-one with somebody? And the example I'm going to give you is Hakanoa, Dryden Street, Depression. There's about 6 houses in there that needs a different response. They're asking for managed retreat. I want to know if there is somebody specifically working with those families in that area. And I guess the follow-up question to that is, are you well enough resourced to enable this to happen? Because these people are going through some pretty dreadful times right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton, through you, Your Worship. We're very aware of that location in particular and the significant impacts have been in that community. But when we do have case managers from our building compliance team working specifically with those the homeowners in that location, and on Monday I think we'll be in the workshop be able to outline that as a particular location where there are some options. But in answer to your final part of your question, are we well enough resourced? We have good resources at present, but we recognise the need for community support for navigators to help property owners find their way through, and so they get the resolution they require. But
does the skill in the navigators exist within our organisation, or is that something that we would go somewhere else for? Because it is that wraparound voice and direction that the residents are really, they must be just exhausted as well as traumatised from what they've been through, and you've run out of the energy to keep going.
so it's a mixture of both, but we do have some good skills within the organisation, but we will need to source out outside the organisation as well for that. We are talking to particularly MB in terms of the resources they may have to support funding navigators.
Is that something we can talk about next week as well? That would be really good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is very similar to Councillor Dalton and is ward specific like Councillor Henderson's, I guess, for the people of Māngere who were greatly affected by the floods. And I do want to thank Phil and the team for the work that went into that and supporting the people of Māngere. But I mean, even in those early days when we were at the EVAC Centre, we recognised that it would be the medium to long-term support that would be a much bigger issue, especially in areas like Māngere, areas that are already, highly deprived, where our families are already struggling with everything else that life throws at them. So in a similar vein, what are we doing as an organisation to reach those communities? Because we know that those are the communities also, they are the ones perhaps most vulnerable, perhaps most in need, but also least likely to engage with us, with council. And so it's really crucial that the navigators, all the strategies that you engage in order to reach those communities will be effective. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Foley. Yeah, certainly to acknowledge the work that was done at Moana and Nui Kiwa are really significant in terms of the number of people that went through that centre and sought support. Certainly just to also acknowledge that, for example, the MSD civil defence payments were very skewed towards Pasifika and Māori, so 40% of those payments of 26 million went to Māori and 38% to Pasifika communities. In terms of Māngere in particular, we recognise that's an area that needs particular attention. I think you'll see again on Monday some potential options. But in terms of supporting those communities, in particular, we're seeking the support of Kāinga Ora, who are typically the property owner and the Crown tenancy agency in those areas, and acknowledging, though alongside that, there needs to be support. So it's certainly not forgotten, and it's been identified as a priority community given the number of families and residents impacted.
Kia ora, thank you, and I guess we'll continue that conversation on Monday. Kia ora. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ferry, please.
Thank you, and my thanks to the team, and welcome to Matt, and interested to see how you get on with us from your past experience. The key question I wanted to ask about is, it's quite, I've sort of struggled to find the right word for it. I've sort of mentioned it to a few people around the table before, but some kind of reconciliation type process, because acknowledging what my colleagues have said before, we've got a lot of people here who've been through a lot of trauma. A lot of them are really angry at council in particular. And for some of them, for them to get past that, they need a process by which they can tell their story, be heard, and know that they've been heard, and also that we as an organisation can glean some of the ideas for future response from as well. So sort of looking at the structure of the recovery unit, it probably falls in that sort of comms and engagement space, but it is a really important interface with us as the political leaders and also our local boards, because that's who people, you know, I don't want to have a comms person out there having to be yelled at. And I think most of us around the table have probably had that experience of people caring loudly in our direction, whether it was over this or something else. So is there any thinking in that space yet? And it might have some connection with the MB Navigators, not sure. But yeah, just interested in your thinking in that space and how that might get picked up in the recovery unit work, because I think it's really important that we do it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Ferry. There is some thought, certainly an intention around that, and some work that's already been occurring in the community and social wellbeing work stream. So my colleague Linda Greenloch is managing that and is very connecting into those communities and identifying what the best strategy is. We, as part of the recovery planning work, we will be surveying people and really understanding individual needs and how we can support that. So it is a work in progress. I acknowledge that, and we acknowledge the suffering that's occurred in some of those communities. So I appreciate the question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferry. Councillor Fletcher, please.
Oh, thank you. Some of my questions can be held over to the workshop that we will have on Monday, so thank you for that opportunity and welcome, Matt. I just wonder whether you can give us any guidance, Phil, on what reports you're getting of properties that were impacted by the floods and the cyclone, but where the landowners, fearful of that information appearing on their limb, are not following through and that we don't have visibility of.
Through your worship, I'm not sure I can comment too much. We're aware of that scenario, and actually it's reasonably apparent from looking at the discrepancy between our rapid building assessment data and the number of insurance claims that there is definitely a gap there, and some of that will be related to the scenario you're talking about. People not wanting to have stuff translated onto a limb, but exactly the number of instances of that and how we deal with it, I can't answer at this stage.
Perhaps just your awareness of this possibility, and maybe that's something that we can talk about more informally.
Yeah, I think we should give you an update, and we'll put that on the work program around the management of how things are recorded on limbs in which instance. I know there's a lot of sensitivity in the community around this, and we've got to strike that balance between being really justified in putting things on limbs, but making sure we do so as a moral responsibility to future owners. So a lot of sensitivity, and I think we might summarise that for you offline.
Good point, though. I'm sure Matt's got experience in that from Christchurch. Councillor Sayers, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mace. I've probably got 3 questions, and one might be more directed towards you, Matt, for the third one, just for some thoughts there. But I'm really asking these questions just within context, because I know that a number of people from the Muriwai community have dialed in just because they knew this is on the agenda item. They've contacted me. And I think, to put it in a nutshell, there's probably 2 things. Just picking up on Shane's and other councillors' questions around their localised communities. So in terms of Muriwai and the cordons there, Mace, if you're able to perhaps just summarise where that's sitting, just so people can get a snapshot of that today. And also perhaps picking up on some of the other comments, like from Councillor Ferry, we know that that community went through quite a lot of hurt and it turned into a bit of anger, really, and we had to cope with that. So are you able to perhaps comment for the record how you might see, if that event happened again, if we had a repeat or another storm coming through and we had similar damage in that community, what we see our response might be different compared to what our learnings and what people might see different on the ground, Mace? Yeah?
I'll answer the question. So the current state of the cordons through you, Worship, Councillor says that we still have an outer cordon in Muriwai and two inner cordons, one around Motatara Road and one around Domain Crescent, where the greatest impacts have been felt. Motatara Road is being cleared now, and we expect that by Auckland Transport another 2 weeks for that clearance to occur, and that will restore the main entry into Muriwai from a roading perspective. The inner cordon around Domain Crescent will remain and certainly remain in place for quite some time until we complete that geotechnical assessment to really determine the future and how any remediation can occur and what can occur there, and that's in a program of, it's got 2 to 5 months to run. We're 1 month into that program of work, and we are sending out a newsletter later this week, either today or tomorrow, about that work and describing what's happening, including from Ross Roberts, who's online, Head of Engineering Resilience, to really explain that to the community. The other constraint at Muriwai, and one of the reasons that cordon's in place, as opposed to entry into Muriwai, and the safety constraints for future slips, is one of water supply. So Watercare are working as hard as they can on that supply. So the tankers are providing that supply injected into the system. There are a number of households on tank supply relieving that. But if we were to open it up and people return to the park can often use 2/3 of the available water supply in any one day, and that would mean that residents would run out at the moment. So it is a sanitary problem and just a basic needs issue at the moment. We'll have an update on that in the future. So we can see those cordons reducing and becoming more focused, but we need to reduce those constraints. What would we do differently, and what have we learnt? I think we've certainly learnt a lot, Councillor says, and the ability to inject, or the need to inject people into communities more quickly, and communicate, and work alongside other agencies is really, really critical. We're being careful not to overpromise, but deliver or over-deliver where we can. But we understand the delays are really distressing to the community, and that's important that we're open, honest and transparent about what we're doing. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Mace, for your reply. Then my third question, through you, through the chair, Matt. I don't know if you're in a position to perhaps give some general comment about this from your experience reading the report and just getting your feet under the table. But I guess if I could couch it this way to you, we've got a large rural sector of Auckland, and we have a large, concentrated urban section of Auckland, and I guess I wonder if there's a different response if you're thinking about, are there different responses between what you have to set up for an urban environment compared to a rural environment? And I'll just, to help paint some context there, back in perhaps pre the super city, and it was very decentralised models we used. They each had their own council for starters, so it was obviously more decentralised than now. But they called them civil defence units there, community groups, they had some resources. They had cans of diesel and they had radios and they could kind of communicate with each other. That all got changed under the Super City model and become much more centralised, Matt. And now they don't have the cans of diesel. Those communities don't have the radios, you know. And I guess they want to be able to express, perhaps like Councillor Ferry expressed, their learnings and perhaps get that off their chest, because there's those. I can't comment about the urban environment, but the rural environment, they're very self-reliant, so they tend to be organised anyway, and they've got their neighbourhood support groups and different things will come together and act in a way and telephone trees, and they kind of helped each other as best they could, and they were isolated. So are you in a position to give some general comment now about how you might see that centralised model compared to perhaps a more decentralised and localised model, and if there's any difference between the urban modelling there compared to the rural in your own mind at this early stage?
Councillor, happy to give you my view 24 hours in more broadly, but I might just defer to Phil to answer your question more specifically, but then, yeah, happy to pick up and give you my view of the world.
My reflection, Councillor Sayers, is that some of what you're addressing is more the response rather than recovery area. There was a recommendation in the Bush Review, and there is now a very clear set of actions in our work program arising from that. You are quite correct in your assessment, and we've heard that quite loudly from a number of local boards and local communities in terms of the need to work more closely with them to develop a level of response planning that's localised and to support that happening. So that is one of the reasonably fundamental changes in direction for emergency management over the next while, and we're going to have to resource to do that, obviously, but I can confirm that that's the direction I've given to emergency management and is captured in their work program.
Hey, Alf, are you there? Councillor?
Affirmative,
oh, good.
Your Worship, and my apologies for not being there personally. I just spent an hour and a bit in a dentist chair and he didn't like me, so my humble apologies. Tēnā koutou to the staff that's there, and welcome aboard, Matt. To you, Mace, you mentioned Kāinga Ora. I was disturbed to hear a comment from a Kāinga Ora representative, I think it was last night, saying that they're going to build houses in places where obviously they will have to build for the community, but as a result of the homes that Kāinga Ora have built across Tāmaki Makaurau, can you tell me what input, what relationship do you have in regards to any consultation with Kāinga Ora, please?
Kia ora, Your Worship. Kia ora, Councillor Filipaina. Good to see you, and sorry to hear that you've had to have some suffering. I'm sure it'll pay off. In terms of Kāinga Ora, we are reaching out directly to Kāinga Ora, and particularly through Healthy Waters. I'm very aware of the location in Māngere and also across other parts of Tāmaki Makaurau. Grey Lynn, for example, is another location. And those direct conversations are occurring in various ways through business as usual, through our development project office, so John Dunshay's area in terms of future development. But you raised the question about what is the appetite for risk, where there's been a high impact and there remains high risk. That is a quite live discussion with the community and with other infrastructure providers, including homes, housing, tenancy, the Crown's tenancy agency, to really understand from the community through the recovery plan consultation, what is the appetite for that sort of risk and resilience where homes are being flooded frequently and displacing families, and the social fabric is really being impacted and people are distressed. So there is, to give you an assurance, we are working directly with Kaingaora and others. So I appreciate the question.
Kia ora, Your Worship, just one more pātai and then. In regards to moving forward, does your team have contact with families who are still suffering in regards to whiteware, bedrooms, beds, etc.? Do you still have, your staff have contact around those people? Community?
Your Worship, yes. So Linda Greenwald's team, in terms of community and social wellbeing, there is direct contact with people, and we have MSD within the recovery office who are also through their not civil defence payments but other support. That connection is there, as well as with an accommodation hub for people who are actually displaced from their homes as well. But those basic needs of whiteware, linen, back into MSD, and also, as you're well aware, the generosity of philanthropic providers and social networks that are out there as well, supporting people.
Yeah, Mace, can you get Linda to? I'll contact Linda because there's some whiteware and new stuff available. Also, Matt, again, welcome. We look forward to working with you, and please let us know if we can help. As a result, we ended up feeding 22,500 children and their families at our centre. So please give us a call. Kia ora, thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Alf. And I think you're right. The interview last night from Kaingaora did have some troubling statements. Last, and definitely not least, Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thank you. I note some comments in the report around working with Māori. Could I just get, if there's any more detail on what that looks like on the ground, I think that'd be really useful. Do you have any kind of comment to make on how you're going to move forward there?
Yes, I can catch up with you separately, but certainly we have had, where particular iwi have stepped forward, we have been able to help out. So, for example, Te Karoamaki, where there have been significant land movement and perhaps where there's been cultural heritage sites impacted, but also more generally across, we've met with the iwi chairs in their relationship with Auckland Council, and we intend to have an opportunity for Māori to participate, Mātāwaka and iwi, so Māori generally, to participate in what recovery looks like and what the opportunities to build resilience are for housing and homes, and whilst it gets into the response space, how marae can be used in any emergency.
Thank you, that's great, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, that brings an end to those. We've got a mover and a seconder for the recommendation that we received this. Anybody? Councillor Sayers and the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. Thank you very much for your presentation. Good luck, Matt. We'll move to the item 9, investment in Drury. I welcome Michael Burns and Andrew Duncan to the chair. Thank you very much for this.
Kia ora. So this report seeks your endorsement of the infrastructure investment required to support the full development plan for Drury. Auckland Council has been engaged in planning work for the urbanisation of Drury for over a decade now, including identification in the first Auckland plan, zoning as future urban in the unitary plan, and a structure plan which was completed in 2019. Through the development of the last 10-year budget, the Council identified a key issue as being the demand for infrastructure to support growth. Acknowledging that capacity to support growth is limited, the Council made a decision then to prioritise its resources and focus on a few key locations. One of these was Drury. So this report brings together work that the Council Group has undertaken over a number of years with central government to identify the infrastructure needed to support the Drury Opahiki area
and ensure that it develops into a well-functioning urban environment. The investment program that we recommend is endorsed is focused on the transport network, the provision of parks and open space, and a multi-purpose facility. So the proposed transport investment is based on a planned transport network developed by the Strategic Growth Alliance. This is focused around public and active transport to enable a less car-dependent community. Huge amount of work has been done with our central government partners to identify the right projects and then to project the cost of these as accurately as possible. The investment in parks and community infrastructure is based on our open space provision policy and on the Community Facilities Network Plan. So the projected cost of the total program for council investment is $2.3 billion over the next 3 decades. So the presenter from Kiwi Property this morning raised a number of questions around our cost calculations and project details. We are confident in the work included in both this report and the following one. It is the result of extensive reviews, including some updates from the numbers that we used in consultation to get more accuracy. So one item that was mentioned was around the table attached to this report. There was a copy and paste error moving from Excel into Word in one cell. The totals in the attachment are correct and the numbers in the report are correct. I have a corrected version of the table here and we'll provide that to Sandra so that it can be attached to the minutes and we don't have that minor error. So endorsing this program now will provide increased clarity around council's intentions for investment. It will also support the alignment of funding sources with the cost drivers and the beneficiaries of the investment. The capital program will continue to be reviewed every 3 years as part of the 10-year budget and the infrastructure strategy work, and this will enable the program and its timing to be adjusted to reflect any new and the latest information. So thank you and open for questions.
Councillor Turner.
I just want to say that it is unsettling for myself when I try to navigate and work my way through these documents to find that there's simple addition areas and things like that. It doesn't give confidence. It was the same in the consultation document for the budget, and I understand what you're saying, and there was mathematical just adding problems in there, and so I understand what you're saying, and I'll go back and look through it all. But when we have the big talk like we had the other day, Andrew, and then I find the adding's wrong, it's not good.
Thank you.
What was the question? You were asking him to do better.
Yeah, thank you.
I think it's implicit that we have defendable numbers, and that was raised this morning by one of the related parties, and who confirmed they do support long-term planning, but they do want the numbers to be defendable, and I think so do you. So that's fair enough.
That's correct. It's unfortunate error.
I'm sure they've been made by many. Yesterday I accidentally called one of my councillors a politician, so we can all make mistakes. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Peter, Michael and Andrew. Just in terms of the motion, your recommendation, I think it is C, endorse the 30-year program, goes on subject to available funding. So that's the important part for me. So that would be subject to confirming a development contributions policy, subject to possibly Waka Kotahi funding, subject to possibly government injection, and a range of other things. Can you just expand on that? Because it is important that it is definitely subject to all of that. I just want to make sure, so you can instill me with some confidence, that we're making it very clear that this investment program, the long-term investment program, one, it does not proceed unless it is fully funded. And I'm not even sure whether available funding is right. Should it be fully funded? But I'll let you I don't want to wordsmith it. I'll let you respond on that one. And under the D, then the C then goes on to incorporate the D. Is there anything else that we should be capturing there, or have we encompassed all those other things that we've got to test it through under the D? Just want to be sure there, because this is quite a big call.
So you're quite right, and I think you've identified pretty much all of the key funding sources that we need to ensure available, primarily the contributions, the Waikakotahi funding, and of course other council funding for what will be required. I think that the capture in the second one, particularly of the long-term plan, it will be the long-term plan where the funding of specific projects will come to a point that does incorporate many other pieces, particularly it's the work we do within the long-term plan to align with regional land transport plans, the incorporation of the infrastructure strategy within there. So I think you're right, that's the key area where that funding work is done in the long-term plan. And I think in the Part D captures that. And then the long-term plan, of course, will inform things such as the development contributions policy.
Okay, thank you. And just lastly, I guess we've got development in many other parts of Auckland calling upon capital and operational expenditure. So this doesn't preclude our testing of all the others as well, does it? This is not giving, the South a jump over everything else.
No, it's not. So this, in the last long-term plan, the council did make a call to focus on the 4 investment priority areas. Those areas were chosen because they're areas we're working with central government particularly. They were Drury, the Northwest, the AHP areas and the CRL areas. And that is a council position that those will be the priorities. Through the next long-term plan, the opportunity is presented to the council to revise that prioritisation and potentially to add further areas if funding allows for that.
Good question, thank you. And in defence of the South, Councillor Baker.
I thought you might be looking at me. Thanks, fellas. Just in regards to C, and picking up on what Chris has said, I'm actually really uncomfortable with this, and I'm uncomfortable. We've heard today from the developers, and they were very explicit as to what their issues were, and you're asking us in C to accept an attachment that we actually haven't seen. We've got one because the one that is part of the agenda is incorrect. That's where the mistake was made. Is that right?
Yeah, there's just one incorrect number. The numbers at the bottom are correct, the totals, and it's just one line item.
My preference is but that's more of a statement. But what is the risk in deferring it to make sure? Because this is Drury is the guinea pig for how we go about some of these huge areas. And so, in my view, it is something that we have to get absolutely right first time round. We shouldn't rely on potentially going to court to have someone else say to us, well, hey, you should have done this and you should have done this. I would prefer to make a decision based on absolutely squeaky, trustworthy information that might result in exactly the same result that we're seeking today. But I'm really uncomfortable going ahead today, and I know that there's been a huge amount of work and this has been going on and it's been out to consultation. However, I think we have an obligation to make a really well-informed decision. We haven't seen attachment A that we've been asked, whilst it might have the same figure at the end, still has a whole lot of projects in there that potentially aren't there. So, I'm getting into statement territory.
So I think the question was around a deferral, so I'm happy to have a response to that. I mean, the starting point for me is around what development contributions are, and I always have to bring myself back because they look like a revenue, but they're just a partial cost recovery, and it's an apportionment method between developers and ratepayers. So I always bring myself back to that starting point. I would say that staff do not recommend a deferral. You may recall that this matter was previously deferred to undertake further work in response to issues raised in consultation by developers. And since then, a huge amount of work has been done by staff to develop these projects and identify costings. There's been extensive and intensive consultation. Wealth of information has been provided. Within the report, you can see paragraph 7, 59 to 64 and 88 include that formal review process and the external reviewers that we've had on board to look at this. Further work has included engagement with central government about their plans, the Strategic Growth Alliance that Michael talked to, worked with AT and council departments as well. And where appropriate, we've sought external peer review to test our approach. We are comfortable that the project list and costings are fair and accurate, irrespective of a cut and paste error on one line in the attachment A. And if there are errors, we will fix them. That is one of the commitments that we have, and we review this thing every 3 years. We have had significant engagement with developers through the consultation and separately. However, I think it's fair to say that the financial incentives don't necessarily align between developers and other default funders being ratepayers. The exact approach suggested by the developer today was attempted in 2020, and having spent some time discussing with the developers, the Crown and Council agreed that such an approach was infeasible. So it would be relitigating that infeasible approach that already has been tried. As I'm getting to the end here, the decision rights to decide on the share of growth paid by ratepayers or developers is for elected members or for Crown rather than a mitigated process. And as more information on costs becomes available, development contributions are adjusted, and that happens every 3 years. We talk about 30, but it's a 3-year rolling 30. If we were to defer, this would result in lost revenue, as the consents would continue to be issued under the existing policy for an amount that does not reflect the long-term costs of providing this infrastructure that is necessary because of the growth. And at some point, we would need to consult again, given the delay between feedback and decision making, and we've already gone through that process intensively twice. Any deferral would further delay the extension of the approach to the other areas that we need to get on with and would have a financial cost to council. And finally, if further work than what we have completed is required, and we consider it adequate, as you can see set out in the paper, it does beg the question of what standard is required to adopt further changes to the policy. We're comfortable that the standard we have reached in here is adequate for the purposes. So quite a long-winded approach, but I think it covers quite a lot of concerns.
Thank you, Councillor Walker.
I note in the report that the development contributions don't cover stormwater. Given the proximity of this development to the floodplain and the high likelihood that that floodplain will be revisited very shortly, and much of the development could be within a new floodplain, is it not appropriate to deal with this issue now, because we could be looking at an order of magnitude of costs that are significant in respect of development contributions?
So what we're seeking today is endorsement of an investment program for transport and community infrastructure. You're right that we have not included the stormwater infrastructure as yet. Work does continue with developers around the stormwater requirements in the area. Yes, there is a significant floodplain in the area. There is none of the structure plan, none of the plan changes that have been through project any development to occur within that floodplain. So work is continuing on the stormwater needs, and as they become crystallised, they will come back to you, and that's why we're not ready to bring those to you as yet. And as they are ready, we will.
Okay, so you're familiar with the fact that all of these areas amount to a single floodplain effectively because one catchment flows into another. So the concern that I raise again, given that the development is predicated on being able to build, should we not deal with this issue first? Because obviously transport and all of these other infrastructure costs follow on from the base consideration of development in a floodplain or not. And I have a real concern at this point that this has not been adequately factored in. And I say that because there was a 1 in 50 flood in 1966 that took out the motorway bridge. There was a flood in 1988 that was equally significant. If anything, most of the issues that go to flooding in this area, let alone climate change and the fact that the whole basis of this is around 2015 IPCC, International Panel on Climate Change figures that are way out of date, and the development within the catchment has exacerbated that. So I'm just asking a question around the significance of this particular issue in this area, particularly given our recent concerns to do with storm events and not allowing developments where you've got habitable floor areas that are going to be impacted. And this is a 160 square kilometre catchment. It's not small. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. This is undoubtedly a very pressing issue, and we have colleagues obviously working away hard on reviewing our storm preparedness and reviewing floodplains, etc. The planning for this area has been completed. The area has been live zoned and development is happening now. What we are proposing in this paper does not deal with planning issues, consenting issues. This paper is about ensuring that there is appropriate infrastructure to ensure that when that development does happen, we can support that development with good infrastructure, with a good transport network and good community facilities. So I appreciate your point about planning and the flooding issues, but this paper is around development that is happening and how do we best support that development.
Good response, thank you. Good question. Councillors Dalton, Fletcher and Newman, and then I'm going to go to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the confirmation that the information was correct, Michael. But it just seems such a variance. So the examples that Kiwi Property gave, those two examples, like those are the cost increases in 4 months. That's so, yeah, can you explain it? Thank you.
I'll pass that to Andrew as the detail on those items.
Oops. They're not in cost increases in 4 months. They were referring to items in the documents. So that was one of them was an unescalated cost from the detailed business case, and consultation had it at 110 million, and it's now moved to 120 million. Now some of the projects costs have come down, so we've looked at the issues that were raised in raised in consultation, and gone through all the projects, looked at it very carefully. And so there have been some movements, and quite a chunk of that was in response to the feedback we'd received. And the other projects in a similar situation, where we'd done further work to ensure that we were getting the right costs in there, so that we could come back to you with that material updated. So we're confident that those things are reasonably addressed in there. So some of the projects have come down. So for example, they didn't, our estimates of the costs of the important arterial road that will have to go through Slippery Creek, that's come down materially through the additional work that we've done, much of it in response to issues that were raised in consultation.
So that's been a good, helpful process for us.
So the presentation where it says no explanation why they've increased over 4 months is not accurate. It's not a fair representation.
And we've got all the information that allows those questions to be asked, and that you'll also see we've set out in quite a lot of detail the process that we use to establish the costs, and that's set out in the methodology for calculating DCs for Drury document. Now, I know that's rather complicated, but it does set out the approach that we've taken, and the other reports you'll see talk through some of the issues we've taken, the issues that were raised by developers, particularly around the costing and how we've worked through in response to those.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Fletcher, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. And may I ask my questions in the context of understanding and accepting the need for investment in infrastructure and recovery? So I also understand the financial situation of the council right now. So in no way do I wish for my comments to be interpreted otherwise. But I'm not going to refer to specifics because I realise that this potentially has litigation into the future. So I don't want to get into detail. But I do really have concerns that in rolling this out that will impact on other areas, Mangawhau and so forth, into the future, the model has to be robust. We have to have the assurance that the integrity of the data, that the methodology that we're seeking to apply here is utterly waterproof. And, you know, I'm taken back 6 years or more and hearing when we had the very same conversation around the targeted rate on accommodation, something I actually supported, but when I asked the questions about whether we would end up in court and was the model robust and would all of these things, my thoughts on that were pushed aside. And all I want is the assurance that you can put your hand on your heart and say to us that this is sufficiently robust, that this council will not be compromised in terms of protracted legal proceedings, in costs and reputational damage going forward. So have you, Mr. Goodsall, considered whether or not there should have been further contestable policy advice given to councillors on this matter?
Thank you, Councillor, and I appreciate the context in which you've answered the question as well and the way in which you've framed it. I await with interest the Supreme Court decision on APTR with very great interest, so that will put that one to bed. In terms of the comfort around the process we've gone through, the detail that we have, I believe it's a very defendable position. We have dotted the I's, we've crossed the T's, we've had the external review. I mentioned the paragraphs within the report that talk to the process that we've gone through. The reason for being so detailed in the report about the process that we've gone through is so that you can have comfort in that process. I cannot bind other parties in terms of choices they may make around legal proceedings, as we are generally a responder to legal proceedings rather than an instigator of them, particularly in this case. And the degree of financial incentive that rests in other areas may mean that we do face legal action. Knowing that is a potential outcome, albeit an unpleasant and unwarranted one, has also encouraged us to ensure that we are as accurate and precise as we can be around the methodology we've used and the answers we've got to.
In the case of Kiwi Property, have there been any informal conversations that have been undertaken with those parties? I mean, from my perspective, Kiwi Properties have actually been a responsible developer. In fact, they funded the first rail station at Sylvia Park, privately funded rail station. They understand the importance of infrastructural investment, and there have been good working relationships within the past. So Can you give us the assurance that there has been sufficient dialogue with these parties before councillors take a decision today?
Yes, we can confirm that the council, across the council group, supported by the Development Program Office, have been engaging with developers over a number of years, both through the formal consultation processes, but also informally through other meetings and correspondence. So there has been work over a number of years with the developers in this area, including Kiwi Property.
I won't delay things further, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Newman, and then Councillor Lee. Then I'm going to go to that, and if we're all good boys, we might do one more item after this before lunch, because the next one's similar. Okay.
Thank you. My question actually goes back to I want to press you more on the timing for the work on the stormwater assessment that Councillor Walker had raised, because arguably it's just as or potentially more expensive to address stormwater attenuation in this catchment than it is to address the scope of the transport. And I would like to have more insight into when will that work be done, and when are we going to conclude that assessment, because I expect that we will need to do a variation to this policy that will probably see a figure that will make this figure in terms of the HUI contributions look very modest. And it is important that that is done, because this catchment flooded with the anniversary weekend floods and what have you, and there are other catchments nearby which are smaller but equally flood prone, and the costs that we know in those catchments are significant. This will be even more of a challenge. I want to support this, but I want to know when we would expect a subsequent report back on the stormwater costs.
Okay, so we are continuing that work. The nature of it obviously is complicated. The stormwater planning is quite site specific. That will continue, but what we are saying is important is that in the meantime we endorse this program and continue to endorse the transport and the community program while the work continues for stormwater. There are, as we've said, development is in place, development is happening. As was identified this morning, there are already 6,000 resource consents lodged. As they continue to be lodged, the development is progressing, and we think it's important that we plan a network that supports that ongoing development.
Sorry, part of this is in my ward, and you're not telling me anything I don't know, and I agree that we should do that and provide for it.
And it's live.
And there have been plan changes lodged, and we have been submitters on that, and stormwater has been part of the evidence. So I know that work is ongoing. It needs to land. It needs to land with some urgency so that we can charge a HUI contribution for stormwater. Is this a 12-month job, a 24-month job? When is this going to happen? Because you are right, as the applications for resource consent continue to be lodged based on the smaller number, we are not picking up the contributions necessary to fund the stormwater attenuation in a very low flood-prone wet catchment. And I would very much like some advice on that.
While we're calling in an expert, paragraph 48 and 49 talks to some of this detail. So far, what we're seeing of the 8 approved plan changes in Nduri-Opahiki, development activities are not proposed in the floodplain, and any further development will be subject to the unitary plan rules. As we know, under 49, the stormwater infrastructure requirements are highly dependent on the specific location and form of development, and this next bit's important, and are largely delivered directly by developers. So council investment occurs where there's that coordination between developers or where that large-scale infrastructure is needed. That becomes clearer as those consents are lodged and the specifics are understood. And under 50, you can see that assessments and engagement with developers continues. So we're adequate at this point. As things develop and as that changes, that's when that stormwater needs to raise above the individual level.
Respectfully, through you, Chair, just because a development takes place outside of a floodplain doesn't mean that there doesn't create a stormwater risk, because stormwater is subject to gravity. And stormwater continues to flood from high locations to low points in the catchment, hence the urgency. It doesn't matter precisely where you develop in the catchment, it all feeds into a catchment that is a poor recipient for stormwater, given that it is very prone to flooding. So there is real urgency here. John Dunshade, do you want to comment?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, the timing I've been given for the stormwater work would be 15, 14 months. And the reason for that is, as I'm sure you're aware, and many of the other councillors are aware, is the fact that the nature of the stormwater works depends on the nature of the actual development that takes place. So as we're working through the development and the resource consents with the developers, the Healthy Waters team will get a better understanding of the nature of the water flows, and that will enable them to understand what is required, the cost of that work, and that will give us a better understanding of additional funding that might be required and to be paid through development contributions. That's why that work hasn't been able to be done now, and that's the way we would normally do it going forward. We would do it as the development took place. We worked with the developers to understand those flows. If I can also respond in terms of the wider issue about the development, we've talked about the amount of development that is already consented. We've talked about the plan changes that have taken place. But in terms of the Drury-Opahiki development, there's about 2,000 hectares in that area. Most of it's not subject to planning. When we did the Drury-Opahiki structure plan, floodplains were kept free of urban development. The existing township does sit within a historic floodplain, and councillors in the area will be aware of that. But notwithstanding the development that will take place in the area will not worsen any of the flooding in that Drury town centre. The Slippery Creek floodplain, which is a significant floodplain, is not proposed to be developed. The overall current stormwater modelling, therefore, suggests that the Opahiki structure plan area is appropriate for development, and that is the work that was done as part of the structure plan and with Healthy Waters. It will not exacerbate the current flood risk in the already developed areas of Drury, and that development is not proposed in floodplain land.
Well,
I've got Mike Lee. Everyone else is at a crack. We've been talking about this for months. I think there's other meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just a little bit concerned about, given the scale of this development, whether we have whether we're skilled enough in the technical side of it to control procurement costs. I'm looking at, eye-watering figures here, and given the serious concerns made at this meeting this morning by Kiwi Property, I would like to go over some of those concerns again. The amount of charges, really. So I would just like to, the first point that is a real concern is made in public, multiple requests for information, no quality response from staff. Is that true or not?
No, that's not true. We've responded to all of the inquiries that have been made, and the volume of information and the level of detail provided to support consultation exceeds anything we've done before, as you can see from the materials in front of you on your agenda today, and the extensive materials that were provided to support the consultation, which were also available to all the councillors.
Okay, I think the key word is quality, and obviously Kiwi Property is not satisfied, and obviously I'm not going to make any comment on that. The other issue of concern is that the project costs increased by $500 million since November 2022. Is that right?
No.
Not right, okay. And in the report here, we talk about transport as a key element. There's the obvious concerns about the implications of the cost and the effectiveness of stormwater plans in a floodplain. But coming back to transport, Jesmond Road upgrade has gone up 19 million to 120 million. That's over 600%. Is that right?
Now, I think I spoke to that one earlier. The costs has got, if I'll just check that I've got the right one there. So Jesmond Road, is that 42C or 68?
It's 42C.
It's 42C. Yeah. So at consultation, that was $110 million, and after, that's one of the projects where the additional work we undertook, taking into account feedback from consultation, led to it going up to 120 million, which is less than 10%. Now, as I said earlier, some of the projects have actually come down in price, and some of them materially, in response to the additional work we've done.
So, okay, so you were saying that the starting figure of 19 million is, you disagree with that?
Yes.
Okay, and the cycleway to Drury West, 40 million to 110 million, nearly 300%.
Which one's that there? Is that 68?
Yeah.
So that's gone from 59 to 110 through the consultation process.
Through the what process?
Well, we've done further analysis. So
analysis?
Yes, further analysis of the materials that we had available and that went out to consultation. There were issues raised in the consultation asking us to look at a range of matters, and we did that. And this project, in reviewing it, we've determined that it will actually cost ratepayers more, and therefore we've put the more appropriate higher value in. However, there are also a number of projects where the prices have come down materially, and as a result, the overall transport cost that we're now looking at is lower.
Thank you.
Councillor Turner's promised a very short one.
C, can we, if I don't vote for C, will it allow it to go through still? And the answer would decide me whether I don't vote or whether I abstain. Because that's where the mistake was made in the agenda.
So as we've noted earlier, the mistake on the agenda was a copy and paste issue. It's one number. We have a corrected copy of the table available, and we're just working to see if we can get that up on the screen so that you can see it. If you don't vote for item C, if item C were not to pass, then neither would item D, and neither would the following report on the agenda. So the following report on the agenda would have to be withheld. So
don't worry, I mean, it's a typical thing that when you post something, you try and find the tiniest error in something or other in the phone book and badmouth the whole thing over that. It's natural that one side's going to dislike this.
understand
and
that,
the
Mr.
other
Mayor,
side
but
don't.
this is not just one thing. And, you know, I am out of my depth here technically, and so I rely on making a decision on my faith in what I'm being given. And I understand this is a big, complex machine, but so's an aeroplane. And when I step on that, I expect every single thing to be right. And so, you know, I'm being asked to take off here without confidence. Thank you.
So if you'd like me to just talk through the issue.
Think of it as the airplane food, which is always wrong, and the plight still gets you there.
Can we just scroll to the bottom? Here we are. So that last item there, the last individual row for reserve development, which reads 220 million, 220.7 million. That had an incorrect figure pasted in there, had a figure of 7 million. But as you'll see, if we scroll down a little bit further, it was showing the correct number for reserve development in that table at the bottom. So this is a corrected version of the attachment, which we've provided, and that can be attached to the minutes so that when you are voting on it, you're voting on the corrected version. That number does match, reconcile with the numbers included in the proposed Schedule 9 and the following item on the agenda. So it aligns with everything else that we've provided. The correct number is 220.7 million, and it was just that the wrong number had been pasted into that cell.
Thank you.
So that's as much as we can provide, and it adds up. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think we've had a good old bash at this. We are attempting to protect future ratepayers, which is what our responsibility is, and that's what I think is behind this. And so I'm going to ask someone to move this, perhaps. I'll move it, seeing as it is, and Councillor Darby will second this, and we'll propose this. And we'll ask all of those who wish to vote and say aye.
No, speak and comment.
Okay. It's been proposed. We'll have comments now. That's you.
Sure, thank you very much. So I've got a significant concern that we are considering development contributions for a range of things, roading and footpaths and cycleways and reserves and facilities. And all of that infrastructure is predicated on the land being suitable and not subject to flooding. That is not the case, and at this point, we are not informed about that because the agenda item specifically mentions that stormwater hasn't been worked through. That might be okay. That might be okay if we were talking about a relatively small catchment. But we're talking about a 160-kilometre catchment that has a great deal of steep land in it. It's got a whole range of activities in terms of forestry and slash and farming and the like. That is actually aggravating as we speak in terms of contributing to stormwater. The stormwater information that the planning was based on is already well out of date and was based on climate change figures back in 2015 that were in themselves based on earlier figures. So you've got a large basin, 4 streams and tributaries, they all flow in together, they interact, they all egress through the Manukau Harbour, which is going to be subject to increasing sea level rise and storm surge. So fundamentally, the problem is that you can't build detention to get your way out of this, and we have recently experienced just that problem. So if ever there was a significant catchment in the Auckland region now, that is already subjected to substantial flooding. And this flooding, as I said, in a 1 in 50 year flood, took out the motorway bridge. And that wasn't actually a bad flood. So that's what we're talking about here. And the question I put to you, councillors, is we consider storm events and we consider all sorts of green things, yet here's an issue where we should be asking substantial questions so that we are not building in areas that are going to be subjected to significant flooding. So I have a real concern that we are not appraised of this baseline information that informs all the other development contribution information. And I don't think that it's appropriate for us just to fob it off to a year or 18 months or however down the line it becomes, against a background where, as been pointed out, there are houses being built in this area now. So I have a real concern, and as a consequence I'll be voting against this item, as I have consistently over development in this area. Thank you.
Councillor Newman.
Well, just briefly, look, I support. It's very important that this is adopted because the funding does need to be got for transport, but there is a very reasonable concern being expressed by a lot of people in the community as to how the development will impact in terms of flooding in response to extreme weather. And Mr. Dunshea is right that we're not talking about the developments that are occurring in the Slippery Creek catchment, but there are 4 creeks in the area: the Slippery Creek, Hengaia, Ngakaroa, and Waihoihoi stream. And Hengaia stream, that flooded earlier this year, and it was very distressing to see the owners down at Chester's having to try and clean up an appalling flood that occurred in that business and other local businesses. It is a real concern that the area has been live zoned, but we can't stop that now. What we have to do is 15 months seems like an awful long time for an area that has been live zoned. I understand you've got to go through structure planning and consider the stormwater attenuation options, but we will need to get all of that information back, then turn it around into a further document for consultation, and then come back and have another go. And that feels like it's about 2 years away, and I'm really worried because a lot of applications for resource consent are going to be lodged between now and then. So I would ask that the officers really push for an acceleration of that work on stormwater, because the costs that we're identifying today are not the actual cost of development, and the cost that needs to be paid is actually going to be significantly higher than what is being proposed here. Thank you.
Thank you. We're not debating whether or not there should be development there. That was a resource consent that had been granted ages ago. We're debating whether or not we're going to get 30 years of return from this or 10. And so that's what this is about. That whether it's a wise place or not is a good question, but that cab left the rank some years ago. Councillor Baker.
So look, I'm going to be voting against it, but I absolutely agree that we need to move forward on this. I'm voting against it because I'm really uncomfortable, as I said before, in some of the information. And I acknowledge the amount of work that's gone on, and a lot of it went on in the previous term, and so this has been dragging on. But I think, as Councillor Lee described, that the concerns of the developers, I don't think can be ignored, and I don't think can be dealt with today with a cut and paste error. I'm also really worried in terms of having been on the local board I guess that if you're looking at puzzles, and if you thought of Drury as a puzzle, there's a whole lot of pieces missing, and the overall outcomes and aspirations for the area, including, an existing village that's got about 2,000 or 3,000 people that live there currently, and are going to have their entire commercial area pulled apart and taken away and removed, meaning those 2,000 and 3,000 people have to drive to Papakura to get their bottle of milk or whatever. There's a missing piece about what the aspirations are from the people that live there. There have been theoretical decisions made within council to determine, well, we're going to have 43 parks and we're going to have this and we're going to have that without any really meaningful engagement. We had a structure plan. Des Morrison fought for that structure plan in the first term of this council because we knew that there was going to be significant development in that area in Pukekohe and Pairata. So there are missing pieces. I think we simply need to get those pieces together, and we may end up in exactly the same place where we are now, but we have to, and it's the old policeman in me trying to get to that, all the information, and I am just missing bits of information. I would far prefer that we defer this, not kick it for touch, but we defer it to get more information and get more clarity and give the officers more time to be more specific in how they respond to the allegations, or not allegations, a commentary from not only Kiwi Property, but from the Property Council and who we are a member of, and so that we do provide something and we are making a fully informed decision. And so, you know, if this fails, I'd have sent a different a replacement to defer, and it doesn't have to be for too long. I mean, we talk about the worry of having to go out and consult again. I would imagine that the cost of consulting again would be far smaller than the cost of having to take significant legal action that may be well avoidable. I'm not sure, but I'll be voting against it. Thanks.
There will be a cost of delay, of course, because every time you delay a whole lot of guys pile in to get under the current regime, and that will greatly exceed any of the other costs you're talking about. So if you are elected to make some decisions. Those of you who want to make decisions can fulfil that obligation, and those that you don't want to make decisions can just collect lunch. So that's the end of that, and we're going to go to a debate now.
I wish to speak very briefly, and I'm not going to use my speaking turn to move an amendment, and in terms of full disclosure, most of my family owned land out there. It's where I grew up. It's where a lot of my family still live. And the question for them is, does council know what it's doing? They know this land. They know this area. And there are some very significant doubts. I tried to express to the officers in my questioning that this is not an intention to be disrespectful, but we have to be able to give our communities the confidence that we do know what we're doing. We had the opportunity at the time of the unitary plan that we could have staged it, we could have demonstrated that we had all the knowledge, and then we just introduced it carefully. And I think that is really behind Councillor Baker, and I feel very sorry for him at the moment, that we've got development taking place, but this is going to allow for how this will be interpreted is, I think, going to be the measure of the competency of this council. And we're going into it in a bit of a void. So do we take a little bit of time now and get more information along those things that we do need to have? Or do we just say, oh, what the hell, you know, we've got to accommodate all this growth and we've got to do this development, and, you know, this weekend it's going to rain again. We're going to have a stream of rain, and then we'll be lamenting the damage that we've done. I just feel really sad that I support development, but intelligent development. And what we're doing today seems to lack intelligence because we don't have all the information. And I can't go back to my family, my friends, and say, yep, no, we got it all, go ahead, we're feeling confident. I don't feel confident with this. I feel a bit embarrassed.
Okay, you've asked whether we know. The developers are the ones that are taking the risk. Do they know? And what this is making sure that the ratepayers don't fund a whole lot of things that will end up being paid for. just remember you're here for the ratepayers, and Councillor Lee is going to show
I'll be
just
brief,
how much.
Mr Mayor. I'll be brief. I'm listening with concern with the members of this governing body who have a close association with the area in question. And my doubt's really related to the sheer costs and blowout in costs that we're seeing and our ability to manage the procurement in this project. But I'm also concerned about the strategic coherence of doing this, embarking on this, with what we know now, because another part of the council is preparing radical plans for a significant retreat from houses that are and developments in floodplains, and that's going to cost the council and I believe the government a significant amount of money. It makes sense, rather than engineering our way out of repeat floods. The council believes, Healthy Waters believes, it is smarter just to retreat those properties, many of them with resource consents for infilling, going back years, to retreat that development back out of those areas. And at the same time, from what I hear from the local members, is that we are going in at a full charge into an area which has significant risks for flooding. So I'll leave those thoughts with you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is in response to the developers who are going full charge into an area. Personally, I would say that the chances of this being as big in Napier in 50 years is 0, but still they seem to think it will do. Councillor Darby, can you round this out nicely?
Yeah, look, thanks for the contributions, everybody. Look, I'm supportive of proceeding on this. We've actually socialised this pretty well. Now, I'm not sure whether everybody was around the table when we workshopped this numerous times. There's been a lot of information, a lot of questions been asked, a lot of answers, even further answers today. And there's some entries in some of the cells that are incorrect, and they'll be picked up. Councillors referred to the Future Development Strategy Review. That's referred to in the recommendations. It's all covered off. I've been around development contributions a little bit longer than maybe most, but that's because at the North Shore City Council, we embarked in this territory. We led the charge. Every time I have seen the development community come in and suggest, not quite threat, but sort of, that they'll take us all the way to the cleaners, to the highest court. And every time it does occur. But you've got to have some stomach to go through with this. And I've got the stomach, and I'm pretty sure that our ratepayers have got the stomach to make sure that everything is balanced up as it should be. Because at the moment, it's the ratepayer that is footing the bill to the extent that they should not be. That's in the next section. This is the first part of it. We've got to have the stomach to go through with this. Otherwise, we're not standing up for the many Aucklanders who are cross-subsidising development currently. So I've heard the submissions from the development community. I've read the letter earlier this week. I've heard David Schwartzfeger on behalf of Kiwi today. And I've heard our staff as well. And they have addressed those concerns. And if there are any minor errors in there, I'm sure they'll be trawling over those documents and reversing the 1 and the 2 or whatever the number is. But that's Tidy Up Act. I think we've just got to have the stomach now and proceed. This is a big move, but it is an informed move. We've considered this a number of times. This is not day one, and it's sounding like for some members this is day one.
Thank you for that. We may as well put the vote. I suppose someone will want a division here, will they? Yes, I just guessed that one. I can see the future. Will you organise a division, please, Division Colonel?
Certainly. Councillors, you are voting on item 9 as it is in front of you. Thank you. Councillor Baker. Against. Councillor Dalton.
For.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Ferry.
For.
Councillor Filipaina.
For.
Councillor Fletcher.
Abstain.
Councillor Foley.
For.
reluctantly. Councillor Henderson.
4.
Councillor Lee.
Against?
Councillor Leone.
4.
Councillor Newman.
4.
Councillor Sayers.
4.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. Councillor Turner.
Against.
Councillor
Oh,
Walker.
I think he said abstain.
Abstain.
You said abstain or against? Against. Okay, well, I didn't hear you properly.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson. Councillor Williamson.
4.
Mayor Brown.
4.
Okay, that will be carried 13 to 4 with 1 abstention.
Okay, we're going to adjourn for half an hour. I did hope to carry on because the next one is basically connected totally to this. And it would seem to me illogical if you can vote for that one that you're not going to vote for the next one. But I remain to be surprised. Thank you. Alf, are you there? Have a quorum. I'm going to reopen the meeting on item number 10, please. Contributions Policy 2022 amendments. That's you.
Good afternoon. So this report recommends adding to the contributions policy the investment program to support the delivery of infrastructure, to support growth in Drury that you've just endorsed. And in order to be able to deliver this infrastructure, we need to plan now for how it's going to be funded. Now, this was first consulted on in 2021, and after considering that consultation, you agreed in principle to add projects for delivery beyond 2031 to support growth in the investment priority areas, starting with Drury. But that was an agreement in principle. You wanted us to go and do further work so that the developers would have, and other submitters, would have more detailed information in front of them and more time to consider it. So we went away and we did substantial further work, got a lot of independent external advice, and we went out to consult again last year. We consulted for a 2-month period. We received extensive feedback, and after considering that feedback, as I said in the earlier meeting, we've made changes to a number of our calculations. We've looked at our growth forecasts, considering the recent plan changes that have been agreed in the area, and looking at the immediate short-term economic conditions. We've adjusted our approach to costing land and projects, and in particular our assessment of the works we'd expect developers to deliver. As a result, there's been some changes to our analysis and their costings, and ultimately the DC prices that are proposed in this report. There is some uncertainty if we're looking into the future, as Michael identified, and we've got the opportunities and the process in place to make adjustments at least every 3 years, and we can do it more immediately if required. But it's a 3-year process that Michael talked about, and that applies not just to our investments, but to our DC policy.
Excuse me, am I right in saying this is, the intent of this here is just to take what the 30-year thing that we've done for Drury and put it across all the other intensive growth areas? Is that the gist of it?
Yes.
Okay, so I mean...
Drury is the first step in that, yes.
Yeah, so this is just because one of the things that the people in Drury didn't like was it was only about Drury. So if we pass this, it gets rid of that, doesn't it? Because it's Drury and Oringa and Mangere and Northcote and Tamaki and a whole lot of other areas, is that right?
So this will deal with Drury, and then we're going to go away, and within the next 12 to 15 months we'll come back to you with proposals to take this approach in the other investment priority areas so that we can make those long-term plans to support growth in those areas and to have the funding to be able to deliver it. So in Drury, land and consents are live zoned already to eat up about half of the capacity we're looking for when it's fully built out. And growth can proceed without our plans for delivery of infrastructure and its funding in place. So we've got the endorsement of the infrastructure, we now need to look at the funding. So by adding the investments to the DC policy, we can ensure that that funding provision's in place. Now, the amendments proposed ensure that development happening now and in the future will make a fair and proportionate contribution to the cost of the infrastructure that they benefit from and are creating the need for. And this means that we won't have higher costs falling on ratepayers in the future, or the risk that we won't be able to deliver that infrastructure, and with the consequences that has for the new residents of those areas. So we consider that the proposed amendments are fairly sharing the costs between ratepayers and developers, and also fairly sharing those future risks between ratepayers and developers. We're happy to take any questions.
Councillor Newman has a question.
I support this. It's going to be so much harder than Drury, because you're talking about intensification of brownfield and trying to allocate costs to reflect causation as well as the benefits received. So how do you, I mean, how do you make that variable of the benefits received and allocating the costs to reflect growth as well as for the existing community to ensure that you are compliant with that benefits received criteria that is required under the Act? Because this is, I mean, for a significantly developed, mature neighbourhood like Mount Roskill or Tamaki, Mangere, that is going to be the hardest thing. Developers would say, well, actually, the wider community is benefiting from this, therefore my share of the cost is only X, which will be significantly lower, I suspect, than what we want them to pay.
That may well be the case in some of the brownfield areas. We've got a very sound methodology for assessing the benefits and who's creating the need for investment that sits behind what we've proposed for Drury. Much of that we will be able to apply to the other greenfield areas and to the brownfield areas. However, in doing that for the brownfield, we will be looking back again to ensure there aren't any adjustments we need to make to reflect the issues that you've identified. And when we come back to you with if this is adopted, when we come back to you with proposals for the brownfields areas, we'll identify for you how we've addressed those issues.
Thank you for that. Councillor Baker.
Andrew, just in regard to this, and so notwithstanding my comments in the last item, how do we guarantee, and knowing that this is going to be like a reasonably large furry rat for some to swallow, how do we guarantee that the significant increase in DCs collected in Drury are going to be spent in Drury, because it hasn't been the case with DCs over the years? So how do we guarantee that? Because the community in Drury will be expecting to see significant investment in Drury created by these DCs and not elsewhere.
So we can only spend the DCs we're collecting in Drury on the things that we have said we're going to spend them on, and we've got a very good record keeping that allows us to do that. So we record where the DCs are received from. We know how they've been calculated, and we know whether some of that money is for a regional project or whether some of it's for a local project, and that's kept a track of to make sure we do comply with our legal obligations.
It's a very good question. In fact, I've had issues with that myself, because they can say, oh, within a ward, but some of the wards are pretty big. So if it is in Drury, it stays in Drury, not wandering in other parts of Franklin. That's your point, I think, isn't it? Or in ghastly old Papakura, which will upset a certain other gentleman to the north of me.
That's absolutely the case, and the funding areas for the proposal are included and attached in one of the attachments, and we are able to. Some of the money they'll pay will be for some of the regional projects, like the contribution to the city rail loop, but the great proportion of the charges that are in this document are for the projects in Drury. It differs between the funding areas depending on the nature of the project, but yes.
And so this is available for the developers to have a look and double check, and know that it's open?
Yes.
Oh, that answer your question there, Councillor Baker? That was a very good question.
Oh, look, I was concentrating on my spring roll. Look, yeah, no, look, I'm happy with it. I mean, you know, it's I just want to see that it's spent in the right place. So.
Back to the spring roll. Wayne Walker, please.
Sure. Is stormwater addressed in respect of these development contributions you're proposing here?
So the stormwater, this relates to the investments that were discussed in the previous item. So it doesn't include stormwater at this stage. However, as was noted in the previous item, we are going to continue working on the stormwater and that will be added.
So if we arrive at the other items earlier, as we've done, is there a clear understanding with the developers that the additions for stormwater are going to be added later? Do we have some sort of clause in there around that, so that we don't miss out?
That was set out in our consultation materials. It was specifically noted.
So is there a requirement that the developers have to buy into that? So when they buy into a development contributions regime, they buy into the stuff we know, and then they're going to buy into the stuff at this point that they don't know, but we're working on.
The developers don't per se buy into a development contribution regime. If they lodge a consent under the current policy or under this policy, it won't include the contributions for what we may add subsequently about development contributions for stormwater. That amendment, proposals for that amendment will come, as we discussed earlier, within the next 12 to 15 months, or 14 to 15, I think John said.
So what sort of contribution are we getting for stormwater now?
I can't tell you that exactly off the top of my head in the Drury area. We can find an answer for you and I'll get that provided to you.
So we are getting something?
We may be. I don't know exactly whether there is something specifically for Drury. I'll find an answer for you.
Thank you.
We can only include it in the policy once we've identified these. Yeah.
It actually leads to a very good question, is in the event later this year that Three Waters takes over stormwater, who would be applying? That would not be our problem either, would it? Would suddenly become somebody else's problem. Is that right? I don't know.
Entity A would then take responsibility for managing those issues, is my understanding.
It's not clear yet, is it? Councillor Henderson. Newman, sorry.
Sorry, is Entity A responsible for the stormwater infrastructure in the road corridor? I thought that the bill provided for the stormwater infrastructure in the road corridor would sit with us.
Yes, that's probably a point of correct clarification. I mean, all of that stuff is still rather uncertain around the assets that are defined as being part of the water services entity that are stormwater and dual use. But I think your assumption there is probably spot on.
Okay, it appears to be no further questions about this. Is there a mover? Myself and Councillor Darby will move and second this, if that's okay. And any further commentary? It's just spreading the same jam that we've had before. Councillor Turner wishes to, and I'm happy to have
So
it.
we're just applying what we voted on before lunch to further areas, correct? I'll be abstaining, Mr. Chair.
All right, all those in favour, please say aye.
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 The contrary? Please.
Oh, and Fletcher. Turner, Walker, Fletcher, abstain.
That's correct. Turner, Walker, Fletcher abstained, I believe. Thank you. Right. Obviously lunch has done us a bit of good. We got through that quite quickly, and even quicker for the next one because it's been withdrawn. So we'll go to item 12. Consideration of funding contributions to regional cultural and safety amenities. Please welcome Chris Levitt, Sarah Johnson-Smith and Tracy Shute. And Alistair himself.
Thank you, Your Worship.
So this item, you have three separate decisions regarding funding contributions to the Auckland War Memorial Museum, the Museum of Transport and Technology, MOTAT, and the Auckland Regional Amenities Funding Act, the entities that come under that. Each of these levies is governed by their own piece of legislation, which have slight differences, but fundamentally allow the entities to levy the council for a funding contribution each year. At the outset, we can confirm that the council's serious financial situation and expectations of fiscal responsibility were conveyed to the entities early and often throughout the process. This was done through a letter of expectation, through letters, through meetings, both formal and informal. As it relates to the Auckland War Memorial Museum, Council engaged directly with the War Memorial Museum Trust Board and staff for this process. The Deputy Mayor led this process, and that included numerous meetings dating back before the elections to test and scrutinise the museum's plans and financial assumptions, and to offer revenue suggestions, revenue questions, and to offer ways to help find savings through shared services to try and reduce the impact on the council through the levy. These meetings resulted in the museum moderating their initial request, which was an 8.8% increase, down to a 4.8% increase. The decision you have in front of you today is a recommendation that you improve a 3% increase, which is less than obviously what the museum had initially asked for. The reason, quite simply, is the 3% is what council budgeted for, and it also represents a compromise between a zero and offering something, acknowledging that over the last 3 years they've taken a 0% increase. The 3% and the way we've approached it is, when it comes to it, 3%, as that's what we budgeted, would help to reduce the council's budgeting shortfall by close to $2 million, and that's the way we proceeded when we engaged with the museum. As it relates to ARAFA and the entities, the process is slightly different, and that under the legislation, a board is set up to assess the funding requests of the 8 amenities. The board have acknowledged council's financial position in their request, and they've put forward a levy that does include a $400,000 increase over last year, which is a 2.5% increase. This is made up of the final part of a shift to a salary model for the Auckland Philharmonic Orchestra, which was agreed between the council some time ago, and an increase to the Auckland Theatre Company, which is needed to address previous underfunding. However, the board do say that they're conducting a review into the Auckland Theatre Company's funding to explore this and to address how they will fund them going forward. As it relates to MOTAT, I will pass to Sarah.
Kia ora koutou, good afternoon. I just want to acknowledge also we've got representatives from the MOTAT board here, their Chief Executive, GM Business Planning, and also the Chair. So look, in regards to MOTAT, the interface is actually managed primarily by Tātaki Auckland Unlimited, who, under an advisory and management agreement with Council, provide advice to us on the recommended levy for MOTAT. And that's documented in a letter that I believe has been circulated with the agenda. Their recommendation is that Council accept the proposed levy from MOTAT, and that levy is effectively a 0% increase, a reduction of around $80,000 from last year. They've been very cognisant of Council's financial pressures, and similar to other processes with the museum, we've met regularly with officers from MOTAT on the different their budget scenarios, pressures, understanding their capital programs, etc. And that has resulted in the 0% increase which is before you today. They've approached the process collaboratively and pragmatically, and as indicated, with a strong sense of the fiscal pressure that Council is facing. So I'll hand back to Chris for a concluding comments.
Thanks, Sarah. Just in conclusion, I would say, look, our advice and recommendations is based on our assessment of the levies against the criteria set out in legislation. You'll all be aware that the Council is significantly limited by these pieces of legislation, and one such restriction is that if these levies not agreed today, the next step under the Acts is arbitration. And I note that the Mayor is leading work to seek legislative change on these restrictions to try and provide the council with a bit more control over how we choose to fund these museums going forward. But with that, we are happy to take questions.
I think I'll divide this into 3 lots, really. So we'll take questions and discussion. We'll deal with the museum first, then we'll deal with the a RAFA, then we'll deal with MOTAT. Is that all right? So questions first about the museum, and you happy? I've got you down as the first question, so you're going to get a go at each one, but we'll go around rather than the whole lot at once. We'll chop up. But in the background of this, we have witnessed a whole lot of people in here with no cuts signs this morning, and people are worried we are offering pretty severe cuts to whole sections of our community. And here we are being asked to shell out a whole lot of increases at a time when we're cutting other sectors. And I know that everyone feels grumpy about these things, but I feel most uncomfortable about granting more money to some sectors when we're cutting others, particularly before we've got the budget. It may well be that if we do the right things in the budget, we can offer some additional funds towards ameliorating cuts here and there. But it doesn't look consistent to me to be offering increases across the sector at a time when we're asking other people to do less. And I'm certainly not persuaded by agreements about shifting to salaries and bits and pieces in the past. But I've heard the War Memorial, and I'm going to take questions on that now, but I have spoken to the War Memorial, and I know it's a wonderful group, and I stood in the cold with the chief executive the other day, but I remain unconvinced that there's not space in there for them to shift their offices in there. I remain completely unconvinced that you can't charge $5 a head to everybody going in there with kids free. I've told that they'd reduce that income, the number of visitors by 20,000. So in other words, in order to save 20,000 people, we're going to cough up another 3%. That doesn't make sense. And so I certainly am not at all keen on any increase to the War Memorial Museum, and it doesn't mean to say I don't like it. It just means that I don't feel comfortable about asking everyone else to have a haircut and treating them any differently. So it's my bit. Councillor Darby, followed by Councillor Walker.
Thanks, Mayor. Chris, am I right in saying that the Auckland Museum has actually not had an increase? Is it coming up 3 years now? It was 0%, and then we actually approached them and they were good enough to say, look, we'll wear another 0%. That was the last budget. And so now you're recommending 3%. So where does that, can't do the maths on my head right now, but where does that leave the actual increase on 3 years in a percentage term?
There's a reason I went to law school and I can't do maths in my head that quickly.
Okay, sorry to put you on the spot there, Chris.
I think the short answer is that relative to inflation, they've probably gone backwards, but in real terms, they've been held at a 0% increase for 3 financial years now, with a 3% increase this year.
Whereas a lot of other cultural institutions were not, or were they also held at the same 0% for 2 terms?
MOTAT, and I'm conscious they're sitting behind me and I'd hate to get these figures wrong, but I think in the emergency budget, MOTAT actually took a decrease in the funding that they received, and then I think a modest increase, and I think what's proposed this financial year is slightly less than last financial year, Sarah?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, they took a decrease in the emergency budget to assist with council's financial position, and then in the subsequent year did get an increase, but was still on par for what they would have received had they not taken that cut. And then this year they're proposing a 0% increase, which is about $80,000 less than previous years.
So Chris, you've been in close discussions with the museum for quite a few months, I understand. On the revenue side, as the Mayor's correctly highlighted, that's a conversation that needs to be had. Can you just take us through what revenue opportunities you have discussed with the museum and what the response has been and what changes they are introducing on the revenue side?
Yeah, so there was pretty much a few meetings were literally a blue sky of asking them to consider many different options, including banner ads on the website, charging the Mayor's suggestion to charge people who are not from Auckland. There was the suggestion of closing for a day, which is actually would end up costing them money, closing one day. The response is that they have looked into a lot of the stuff we asked was not stuff they hadn't already thought about, and the focus is on largely recovering from that COVID impact and then building revenue in that way, and also through that philanthropic donations. So they're looking at it, they are working on it, they have all this in their mind, they are taking on board our suggestions. The other way of, it's not revenue, but savings through shared services that we've looked at is through insurance, electricity, joining the council and those sort of things. Those are stuff that is ongoing, not simple, but stuff that we would hope would contribute to make up for the shortfall.
So just in terms of the collection, they're responsible for a collection which I'm sure is worth many tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. Can you just tell me, at that funding level that you're recommending, which is a 3% increase, which is still probably behind on 3 years ago, are you confident that the collection, the integrity of the collection is being cared for? That we are not at risk of a deterioration of a collection that Aucklanders expect us to be safeguarding?
Yeah, it's a good question, and the way we look to take care of that was through reviewing the asset management plan and to seek assurances from the museum that it's robust and it has been reviewed by an independent expert. So we have that. We've also, the Mayor's recent letter to them as it relates to the building, asked that the building was not something that, the maintenance of the building was not something that suffered as a result of having to make cuts. This is the funding for this year. Ideally, I think we would like to move towards a long-term funding plan, which is something that isn't in the works. But for this year, the assurances we received from the museum is that they can accept a 3% increase.
And lastly, Mayor, just in terms of the timing of the decision, the Mayor says, well, there's other institutions that we'll be making some decisions on later, and this one's now. Can you just highlight, why the timing now, and if there was a delay, what are those implications?
So quite simply, under the legislation, the levy has to be set by the end of the month, either through agreement or by arbitration. That's a deadline. The timing again, and the fact that it doesn't align with our budget processes is an issue with the legislation. It's something we would seek to fix. It is an issue.
Question about the Mayor about the museum from Councillor Walker, please.
Sure. So I just want to pick up on the question that Councillor Darby asked about the effective cuts that have been made to the museum. So my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we've had 0 increases. Effectively, that means that they haven't even met inflation, correct? Correct. That is correct. And would I be correct in saying that compared with the expenditure of Auckland Council over the period 2019 through to our projected 2023 year, that amounts to a 26.4% increase in expenditure over that period. This is the council group. If we take inflation away, let's say that's roughly 13.4%, that leaves a 13% increase above inflation for that period. That is for the council group. So I'm quoting some figures here that I know to be the case. So my question is, how is it that we're able to make these, frankly, severe cuts to the museum against a background where we're not applying the same rigour in terms of financial prudence ourselves? Is there some difference in the museum compared to the balance of assets and the like that we have?
I might jump into this one. I fear I'm straying into territory that's more with our Chief Financial Officer and our operational areas, but I think fundamentally, yes, we do have completely different businesses, and catering for growth is one of the key areas that we as a council group have to invest in, which drives a lot of our increases. Within our organisation, every year built into our budgets to make the budgets work, we have savings targets that we have to achieve. Jim and Peter gave you updates this morning on how we're progressing against this year's $90 million saving targets, and that's before we even start comprehending next year's $295 million that we have to find. One of your colleagues with some rose-tinted glasses did manage to find some positive financial news, but it was a small kernel amongst a sea of badness that we're facing. Fundamentally different businesses, and when we talk about severe cuts, I think just to put this in context, the museum's funding has been held as it has for 3 financial years. So yes, they've suffered in relation to inflation. I don't know if I'd describe that as a severe cut without minimising the efforts I've had to make to achieve those savings. And again, putting this in context, it's still a $33.8 million investment in the museum, so it's not an insignificant contribution. So I think fundamentally different businesses, we as a group are constantly looking for savings and efficiencies. The other organisations that we fund through here, MOTAT, also had to make cuts at some stage to accommodate our financial position, as have a number of the amenities that are funded through these regimes as well. I guess the point to make is that eventually all these things catch up, as they do with all of us, that if we hold funding at a certain level, renewals and maintenance and the like don't go away. In fact,
Sure.
Those issues catch up with us, and I think, as Chris said before, I would emphasise this is an annual process. So if there is dire need as a result, we get to do this again next year and address these issues.
Okay. Has the museum explained to you that this is a critical year, given that they've had these cuts for successive years now? They've got a heritage building that's got significant maintenance. They've got exhibits that need to be refreshed that aren't being refreshed. Has that been explained?
I always feel slightly awkward having these conversations when they're sitting right behind us. But yes, we've had those conversations. Deputy Mayor Simpson has been in those conversations, and we understand the position that they're in, which is not dissimilar to the position that we and other parts of the council group are in.
And the last question I've got, just in terms of the performance of the museum and its delivery, do we have any measurement around the social value that the museum contributes, the cultural value, the value of the collections, and particularly the taonga, which are the best in the Southern Hemisphere, the best in the world. The tourism value of the museum and the importance of sustaining that. Have we taken these measurements, these metrics into consideration in some way?
We've certainly taken the benefits of those things you've described into consideration. The museum makes a good point of mentioning those things in the annual plan. As far as a specific metric, no, we haven't quantified those.
And do we make any comparison between the investment that we might put into the museum and, let's say, the investment into events, into tourism, into other things? Do we measure these things up so that we've got an idea as to the case for some investment in the museum this year to catch up? Do we make any comparison? Do we have any investment strategy around that or not?
The short answer is no, and it's the unenviable task that you'll face every annual plan and every LTP, where you have to make investment decisions between different classes of assets and activities which often don't bear comparison. $1 million worth of investment in a road produces a completely different outcome to $1 million worth of investment in a library versus a museum, and those are judgment calls that you have to make in every annual plan and LTP process.
Reserve the right to speak, thanks.
Okay. It is a different business. Of course, they were in COVID, they just shut. We still provided roads and buses and water and sewerage. And they should have saved some more money there in my view, but still, that's just my view. Councillor Fooley.
Thank you, Worship, and always nice the way that you say my name. Kia ora team. Thank you to the other councillors who've already asked many of the questions and raised the concerns that I certainly had, especially around the value that we may or may not have measured of the museum itself in terms of the culture, the taonga that's there, and the benefit that it adds to our city and to our residents. Just a question then, in the Act under Section 23, and you did mention it, either on or before the 30th of April, we have to agree a levy. And if we don't agree, then it goes to arbitration. Is that correct? Okay. So in terms of the risks then, have you measured or quantified, and I'm sure that you've thought about it, but have you measured or quantified the risks if we do get to that stage? I'm not saying we will, and I hope we don't, but what happens if we don't reach an agreement and then it does have to go to arbitration? What is the risk to us as a council in terms of our reputation? What is the risk in terms of, or the cost, in terms of legal fees and things like that, if it does go down that road? And then I've just got another question after that, Your Worship.
Yeah, the risk of arbitration, I think, the discussions that we've had and the way to mitigate that risk are the discussion and the relationship that we've built with the museum and led by the Deputy Mayor. We have an understanding and we talk to each other often. And this recommendation was not made lightly. It's with a recommendation with the comfort that it is a compromise. I don't think anyone's really happy. There are arguments for a zero reduction and then arguments for an 8.8% increase. We've landed here, but it's at an amount that we can, I think everyone can live with for this year and avoid the risk of arbitration.
I'll just add to that two things. One thing a wise judge once said to me, a compromise is where everybody walks away upset, and I think we're in about that space. The second thing is, and I don't want to put words in the museum's mouth, but I'm pretty sure their director, David Gamester, in public input said that they could live with a 3% increase. David, feel free to correct me if I'm... He's nodding reluctantly behind me, so...
Okay, so thank you, and that does give me some comfort that you have, you've gone to some lengths to actually land in this place, because I do note it's a shortfall of about 580,000, which in the scheme of things is not huge, especially given some decisions we've made recently, even despite our financial position. Yeah, so I'm happy with that. I'm just mindful too that, you know, the museum can't, but it's also part of the legislation that they have to provide free public access. So their revenue streams are limited as well. So if we do go with the 3% and then say next year, because I did have a look at the building and I do thank the museum for that day that Councillor Walker and I went and had a look. It's a beautiful building that's withstood, you know, the test of time, but it is crumbling in places. It's over 100 years, so it's to be expected. If next year or the year after, they really, really need more help, you're saying that we can still consider that in the very near future if that's required.
We come back to you with monotonous regularity on these. You'll see us same time, same place next year. And just a point of clarification, I think the legislation says that it has to be free access to the war memorial aspect of,
yeah.
Yeah, they can charge.
Yeah.
Okay. The number of free people is dropping every year. Deputy Mayor Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of questions. Can you please confirm that the contribution we would approve under B means that we don't compromise our already $295 million hole, but if we changed it, it would?
That is correct based on my understanding. That was what was originally budgeted for, a 3% increase.
And thank you. And can you please confirm, because you've been in all the discussions that I've been in, but for the benefit of the others, and so it doesn't just is my personal view, that the relationship we hold with the museum is still fine?
I would.
What I'm trying to say here is that we've had a wonderful discussion. That is it true that in the many discussions we've had, it's always been pleasant, and we've always understood each other's perspective, and we have settled on a compromise that is agreed by both sides.
I think that's an accurate description. Yes.
Thank you.
We had a full and frank description and went out war. No. Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And just in respect of that comment on, you know, we'll be back here, you know, same time, same place, same challenge. I mean, this has been going on for a number of years now, and I just wanted to pick up on a comment that was made by David during the presentation from the museum in respect of approaches to government, and it just seems almost farcical that, given the preeminence of the museum and how it speaks to all of Auckland and has such significance for not just the Auckland region but for New Zealand, he made some reference to approaches to government. Could you tell me what, if any, approaches, communications we've been involved with in terms of the position of the Auckland Museum with the government? Because that seems to be another example of where we've talked about it, but what have we actually done about it?
So the museum, in conjunction with other major museums in New Zealand, have joined together, and they have a process, and they are leading that, and we've numerous times offered to support them at the right time that is needed. Okay, so what form would that support take, and how timely is the implementation of that grouping and their requests that are being made? What sort of timescale are we dealing with there? That's something we were hoping to pick up after this process was completed, but in whatever way we can help them, we support trying to get more support from central government for those things that arguably should be, funded by central government. So I can't tell you timing, but it is something we will pick up. So I'd suggest, Mr. Mayor, that's maybe one of your projects in light of your determination to take these important matters to the government and try and redress some of this kind of structural imbalance that Auckland Council has been trying to deal with for some time.
I believe there's item 385 on the list of things that we want them to clarify and fix, but we do have 40 MPs and I am seeing them over the next couple of days. So.
I'd bring
But I will
it
add it up,
up. I'd
but-
bring it up to number 1 or 2.
Okay, it'll be in amongst it, I'm quite assured. I was joking ever so slightly about the number. I'm sorry I made a joke. I realise people don't get them anymore. Councillor Dalton, I'll try not to be funny.
Thank you. I was just wondering if you, Your Worship, got a reply to your letter asking about the condition of the building.
I don't think so, but I know the condition of the building is a capital issue and needs to be dealt with in the capital thing. I haven't got a particularly satisfactory answer to why they're not charging $5 a head for adults and free for kids, which would give them $5 million and wouldn't worry anybody. But there we go. Perhaps they're there at the back. The gentleman might like to explain why not, but there is no legislation requiring it to be free. And that's a cup of coffee and would solve all these wretched problems, because later on we're going to be discussing about other groups who could charge a bit more too. People pay to go to the MOTAT quite a lot. So I didn't really answer your question. Well, they did tell me.
No, I didn't ask about costs of getting
Well,
in.
it was in the letter.
Sorry. I thought it was
Yeah.
just about the condition of the building.
The letter, well, we're talking about that's the capital. The capital doesn't come out of this, I don't think.
Okay, it's just the OPEX.
Right.
But, okay.
Councillor Lee, and we'll try and be serious now. Come on, Councillor Lee, be serious.
I just want to make a comment if I could, Mr Mayor, but I'll wait till you think it's appropriate. The questions are over.
I too wish to make a comment. At the appropriate time.
Perhaps we can move. Are you happy to move to questions now? We assume that someone's going to move this later on. Comments, rather?
Is there a mover?
Okay.
Is there a mover and a seconder for A?
I'll second, Your Worship. I'll second.
Now, comments about A?
Oh, clarification? Can I have just a clarification? The Deputy Mayor's moving, but do we actually need the A?
Yes.
It feels like a kick in the shins. If you're going to move the B, we can take out the A?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that possibly that's right. I don't know quite who came up with this. And B doesn't actually say it's about the museum anyhow. I think what we really need to say, we are offering an Auckland Council funding contribution to the museum of 33.26 million. I think that's what we're trying to do, is that not?
Thanks, Chris. I think that's a very good suggestion.
The movers and seconders happy with that? There we are, okay. Well, now questions. Comment. Shit, it's tricky here. You can make a comment. I can't tell the difference sometimes.
I'm happy to make a comment, Mr Mayor.
Questionable comment or commentable question.
You raised a question, interesting question earlier, that if other sections of the community, if funding lines are being cut back, why not the museum? Well, the answer to that one is the museum has been cut back for several years, and despite its ability to generate its own funds, which it has done very successfully over recent years, COVID caused the museum major problems in terms of generating funding. So I think the 3% is a very fair compromise, and I commend the principals of the museum, of the board, the Auckland War Memorial Museum Trust Board, for reaching that compromise with the council. In terms of why the museum is special, I will use a word that's not used in the council very much, and that's the word sacred. The museum itself is not only the locale of the cenotaph and the court of honour that that we saw thousands of people attend on Anzac Day, but it's actually a war memorial in its own right. It's 94 years old and probably the finest building in the country, and it needs to be maintained. But given its status as a war memorial and given the emotions that have been projected onto it by generations of Aucklanders, it surely can be described as a sacred site. Not only are the collections both national and international invaluable, but some of the items held there, including Maori items especially, are deeply tapu. So that's another aspect of sacredness, and that is why it is special. And I think that we need to show our responsibility towards the museum because of the special status that it merits. And so 3%, as I said at the outset, is very reasonable in the circumstances, and I support the motion by Councillor Simpson. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Simpson, please.
Look, I just want to reflect on the conversations we've had, and my comments are actually to the two gentlemen at the back of the room. I just want to say thank you. This is tough for both of us, and I want to thank you because we've had discussions over a number of months, haven't we? Maybe almost 10 months. I want to thank you very much. There's nobody in this room that doesn't value what you do for Auckland and what the museum represents to this region. So thank you, and thank you for the compromise. We value you very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Walker.
So I want to speak in total support of the museum. The officers are right around the fact that the council has to provide for growth. But equally, that museum grows in stature, grows in respect of its collection every year. And often that is not appreciated. It is the repository for Aucklanders over many, many generations across all cultures, particularly the Māori culture. And as Mike pointed out, it is sacred, and the museum itself is an icon. In fact, it is one of the icons of Auckland, located as it is on one of our volcanic structures. It hurts me that the museum has had to suffer cuts against a background where it has put in measures that go to sustainability and reducing emissions. It's done great work in that respect. It's rebuilding from COVID and, frankly, needs help. Its exhibits, if you have a look at them, need to be refreshed. They need to be modernised, and these days that involves technology and giving stuff a lift so that young people, and young people in particular, can appreciate it. And we have growing numbers of young people in Auckland, many of whom visit that museum through school trips, through visits with their mums and dads and grandparents, and those numbers are growing. I repeat, growing. So we should be replenishing the museum and supporting it, particularly against a background where they have made cuts substantially more than the balance of the whole group. And it is most inequitable that we take the knife out and take it to icons and institutions that rely on many volunteers and deliver and consistently deliver in their performance. So, yes, I'll vote for this, but I would far prefer to vote for more. And I find it particularly disturbing that this vote is out of kilter with our larger vote around the budget. And I put to you, councillors, as much and all as we might consider this now, there may be the prospect of adding a top-up a little later, because the quantum that we're talking, that member Councillor Foley mentioned, amounts to a fraction of a rate increase, not much at all. But to that museum, to that sacred icon, it amounts to a lot. And if there is something that we as city fathers should be dedicating ourselves to on an ongoing basis, it is institutions like that, because that is why we are here.
Thank you for that. Councillor Newman. Oh, that's withdrawn. It's conscious. Councillor Foley, please.
Kia ora. Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Walker, for your impassioned speech as well. Like Councillor Walker, I would have supported much more, and I would have supported backing the museum for the full amount that they were asking for. But I accept that a compromise has been reached. I accept that the Deputy Mayor and our staff have done lots of work alongside the museum and have landed at this compromise. And I also accept that if in future they do come back to us, that, you know, the mood around the room sounds as if we will be supportive, and I hope that people remember that in a year's time, if that should happen. I just wanted to add my voice as well to commend the museum. It's a place, you know, that is sacred, as we've heard from Councillor Lee, and for my communities, it's a place that they have always enjoyed access to, free access to. And that's something that people in Otara, in Papatoetoe, in Mangere, in Otahuhu, and further south don't enjoy in many places of such significance in our city. There are very few places where the kids in my area can go for free and see the wonders of our city, the wonders of our histories, of our neighbours in the Pacific, standing alongside and celebrated and beautifully shown and preserved alongside the pharaohs of Egypt, down the road or down the hall from the great dinosaurs of the past. And it's wonderful for our kids in Otara to be able to go for free every year. That's one of the guaranteed trips that the kids at Dawson Primary in Otara have every single year. They're able to go to the museum. When their kids don't have much money, when their mums and dads don't have much money, during the school holidays, they know that they can go to the museum with their 4 or 5 kids and they can let their kids run free. They can see their histories and their stories sitting alongside the histories and stories of the rest of the world. And they feel treasured, and they feel valued, and they feel included. And I'm sorry if I get emotional, but I know when I was a postgraduate student doing my master's and I had a baby, living across the road at the postgraduate flats in the Royal, the university flats, across from the museum, I would do that often. When my student allowance wasn't quite enough to get my son to any of those special places that you can visit in Auckland, we knew we could go across the road to the museum and spend an entire day, and he'd be marvelling at all the things that he'd be able to see, including the histories of our Pacific peoples. And so I thank the museum for all of their work over the generations. I'm grateful to be at this table and to be able to help in protecting all of the taonga there at the museum. And I wish that we would be able to give more, but I'm happy to support and to second the motion to give at least this 3% in order to ensure that this taonga continues to thrive and that we continue to have free access for all of our families and all of our tamariki across this beautiful city of ours, Tāmaki Makaurau. Kia ora.
Thank you for that. Councillor Newman, please. Are you there? Yeah. Councillor Fletcher.
The main contribution that I wanted to make has been made already with much eloquence by Councillor Foley and Councillor Lee. But I can confirm that at the dawn service on Anzac Day this week, that David Garnster, who's here at the moment, confirmed to me that he was comfortable where the point of consensus that has been reached over the funding. This is just such a sacred place for all of us. It's a privilege, as Councillor Foley has said, to have this debate. I've been involved with advocacy in and around the museum for a long period of time, and it is an area that there's been a huge amount of support come from the community. When you look at the development that's taken place at the museum, it's people like Lindy Sainsbury, you know, that they funded the Sainsbury Horrocks Gallery in the museum. She headed up the Museum Circle Foundation, and until recently was working until the point that there was an election out of the centennial commemorations where there was an agreement that we needed to do something to honour the plans that were always there for the Court of Honour. She was leading the body of work that was going to go out into a major fundraising program with the public of Auckland. And it's a piece of work that I would like to see reactivated. We can't always fund things through the ratepayer, but we can use the role that we have as councillors and as mayor to actually see some of the completion of perhaps what was always anticipated. I've already spoken to the museum already today, but not only is it the Auckland War Memorial Museum, but it's also the home of so much of the Pacifica history. And often, the question that I would have liked to have asked this morning, but you cut it off after 2, is do we make to the government anything of the fact that, you know, the point of difference for Auckland is our Pacific Island community? Do we make, you know, of the 4.5 million artefacts that the Auckland War Memorial Museum has, much of it is really telling the stories of Pacific people. It's unique in the world. And I think that we do have incredible stewardship that we have to exercise on that. I believe it's responsible today that we are continuing the funding. I think there's so much more that we can be doing in taking leadership roles with the public to actually do the fundraising that is required. And I would like to feel that we can have a fresh debate on this as we go forward into the long-term funding plan. But if the officers, I know that we have a director who's here today who was unaware of the fact that there was a proposal by the Auckland Council to actually assist with the funding of the Court of Honour. There's a lot of work to be done, but for now, I think it's a good outcome. But I really do encourage you to understand the importance of this in terms of Pacifica. We talk about our treaty obligations and we talk about the importance within mana whenua, but we mustn't ignore the role and the very special place. So many people come from all around the world to see our Pacific collections, and that, you know, that is based at the Auckland War Memorial Museum. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Fletcher, and I make sure that those points are made to the Deputy Prime Minister, who is, of course, of Pacifica extraction and who is the person with who we are discussing transferring some of their costs back to them. And it's associated partially with the fact that government have moved in a very strong way to digitise their connections to New Zealanders, which is what's driving the public towards our things, because we have physical interactions. So you're right. Thank you very much for that point. Councillor Leone, and then perhaps Councillor, the Deputy Mayor might like to sum up.
Kia ora. Look, I just want to reiterate what a lot of other people have said. Being mana whenua myself and knowing that they hold so many of our very precious parts of our history, and the story there is just so important that we continue to work with them and prioritise the funding. But I also just want to touch on the fact with the fact that I am a young mother with twins, and I do believe even, you know, mothers like myself that are in a situation we do have, you know, we're paid relatively well in terms of our roles at the moment, but we still continue to struggle in terms of paying for all the other things that we need to pay for. So maintaining options around the city where we can actually take our children. I take my kids to the Auckland Museum at least every school holidays. You know, it's one of the outings that we do. And part of that will be around the fact that it is, you know, it is free for families. But I just, you know, I think that it's just good that we continue to work with them. I'm really happy with the compromise, but we have to continue working at that going forward. And it's good to hear that we'll be talking to the ministers about that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to sum up, Deputy Mayor?
No, Your Worship, I think we're all in agreement, and I want to just add one thing. Thank the staff. You've been fantastic. It's been a long journey, and again, thank you to the museum.
We're arriving at the compromise, which is what's up on the board there, so with your permission I shall put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary? Carried. Thank you very much. We will move to what's next? A RAFA, which does sound quite a cool name, a RAFA, doesn't it? It sounds like some sort of music, but it's not. I will refer you to pages 279 in the large tome of open attachments, which has a little bit more detail on this. And perhaps you might like to go through, because we have largely, if I understand this, to get to this figure, it's a mixture of people being left alone, some people reducing their demands, others adding on sums, and even the board wanting more money, which seems a bit greedy. So you're going to move that we do this? Thank you. Who's speaking to this, and can you speak to this and address those items which are on page 279?
Through the chair, I guess a point to note on the individual allocations to each of the amenities. The role of the funding board that's appointed under the legislation is to assess the funding applications made by each of those entities, and it's quite a long and involved process. I think it starts about some 10 months before the financial year for which the funding is actually required, and there's a lot of information provided by those organisations to the funding board, which is interrogated and follow-up questions and information provided. And what you have there is the funding board's assessment of the level of funding required to keep each of those organisations sustainable. Put it another way, those entities are under a legal obligation to find other sources of revenue before coming to the funding board for a contribution from the ratepayer. So,
just a moment, if they started some months ago, then was the funding board aware that this organisation was in the can for $295 million? Because if they're not, then those assessments are without basis.
They are, and they have been made aware. It's a lot like our annual plan process, that new information comes into it throughout the process and informs it as it goes along. The draft annual plan that the funding board is required to put out for public consultation, I think that was done in sort of December or January-ish, but since then they've had to consider the feedback, public feedback that they received before making their final recommendation to council, which I think was in February of this year. So by that stage, council's financial position was well and truly known to them. So that is the assessment of from the funding board about how much funding each of those organisations needs to remain sustainable and viable. It's not a staff assessment of it, so we can't comment on it in any great detail other than to say it's been a rigorous process. And there's perhaps two organisations that have been highlighted by the funding board there. One is the Philharmonia Orchestra, which is it's the final step in implementing a salary model for its players that was discussed and agreed previously by council. That's been happening since about 2019 from memory. And the Auckland Theatre Company, which over the last couple of financial years, I think it's become apparent, hasn't been sustainable on the level of funding that it's been received. I think a point to note that the theatre company in particular has been hit particularly hard by COVID and the number of performances that it was able to actually put on where the theatre was able to be open. Plus, since they've sort of taken over with the construction of the Waterfront Theatre and their lease of that facility, I suspect there's been some costs associated with that. But we can't go into that in too much detail because that is the funding board's job. All we can say is that from our observations, the recommendations are largely in line with, are in line with the funding principles set out within the Act.
If we accept the 17.34 million recommendation, which is coming from the ARAFA board and includes a number of increases, what does that do to our $295 million? Does that increase it or decrease it or leave it at $295 million still to be found?
It leaves it as it is. If all of these levies are accepted today as they are, the 295 problem stays at $295 million problem.
We're better about 2 million.
Oh, we're better.
Close to 2 million.
Yeah.
Councillor Baker has a question.
So just, I mean, Alistair, and I appreciate the and get totally the fact that this is the sole domain of the RAFA board to do the funding, but as the funder, do we have any way, other than you guys looking at them, of, I guess, questioning their priorities in terms of where they are proposing their money goes to? And I've got a comment, I'll reserve my right to have a comment before the decision, but do we have any ability to do that?
I'll give you a two-part answer to that. In a formal legal sense, your opportunity is through providing what are known as funding principles for the funding board to consider when it's doing its assessment of the funding applications. And we've done that previously, paraphrasing slightly, that the funding board must consider council's proposed rates increase when thinking about their proposed levy, and also that they should look to fund activities that align with the Auckland plan, which is a pretty high level sort of indication. So that's your formal mechanism for doing that. Informally, there is the opportunity as staff or elected members to have discussions with the members of the funding board to just give them an idea of what our priorities are. That's not necessarily binding on them, but in many ways, like discussions with MOTAT and the museum, you know, it's all through relationships and we can have those discussions. So if we're clear about what those priorities are, we can communicate them.
Just for everybody's knowledge, a RAFA board is another one of the items on the list of things that we're looking to have more say in. I mean, that's $17 million, of which really we have no say in at all. or not enough. And I don't know whether the people have got background on the right thing. For instance, who knows how much it costs to hire the Philharmonia Trust Orchestra for a night in the room? Anybody?
A lot.
No, it's not actually. It's way underneath. I do know that. We just did it. And they charge themselves out at a level which doesn't actually pay themselves enough to get the $4.5 million back. So just dumb. And we would have paid a lot more. And so clearly the people in charge, from the little bit I know about this, is we've got the wrong people in there. So I will welcome inputs from people who know something about this. I won't announce how much it is, but people can ask privately. No more questions? Councillor Fletcher.
Alistair, can you confirm that this is a delicate juggling act between legislative compliance and financial pragmatism, and whether we have any ability to influence in the way that the Mayor is requesting, other than the appointments for which we are responsible, that we are in the process of making for the ARAFA board at the moment?
I think the answer is yes. It is a delicate balancing act, and each year, as staff, we sort of walk a line between what we can legally do and how we can influence.
And I'm sure you can confirm that every year for a few years now, we have debated the merits of ARAFA, which seems to be an anomaly in the Auckland amalgamation legislation, and it is pleasing to see the Mayor bringing advocacy to this matter. But my question to you is, are we able to influence the cultural policy outcomes that we want with the tight restraint of this legislation?
No.
Good questions
I don't
and
think
good
we
answers.
can waste any more time on this, because I think everybody has done as best they can to get it to where it is, and the only advice I would give is those that are charged with the responsibility through the Performance and Appointments Committee of appointing new board members is that they be aware that they are coming into a board that will be coming to the end of its natural life at some point soon.
Hopefully, and this debate will too, following Councillor Turner's brilliant, witty little incision now.
Thank you. Just so I've got it right, the debate that was being had by ex-councillor Sandra Coney, now board member of Waitakere, about that 455, that is now put back a year, right? That's outside this, the explanation at the bottom, if I got that right?
Slightly complicated answer. What is included in here for Surf Life Saving allows them to fund their status quo activities for the coming summer. What we discussed yesterday is additional funding for the coming summer that you could have the option to provide through the annual plan to increase the level of service. So patrol beaches for longer and patrol some new beaches. And if we were supportive of that, then the Surf Life Saving would have the ability in future years to apply for funding for those additional services through the ARAFA regime.
It was the main crux of the whole thing was that they'd been left out of the initial consultation. There was a gap where only part of their request went forward. I'm just trying to get this right to report back.
So Surf Life Saving came to Auckland Council with its analysis or needs analysis of the beaches, which led to their recommendation around the extended hours and the additional services in August last year. Now, normally that would go to a committee for consideration to see whether we endorsed it. due to the timing being immediately prior to the election, there was not time to get committee consideration of that prior to the election, which was also when Surf Lifesaving had to get their application into ARAFA for the funding. So it's just been a misalignment of time.
Okay, do we have a proposer and a seconder of this?
Yeah, we do. Simpson Henderson.
Simpson Henderson?
Councillor Baker has got a comment.
Baker, were you commenting, Councillor Darby, or stretching? Oh, okay. Baker?
I'm commenting. So I guess for me this is, I'm troubled by this, and but I absolutely respect the work of the ARAFA board, and I hate annual grants. I much prefer to see it enter into 3-year funding agreements to give everybody greater certainty. However, what troubles me with this is we heard yesterday from Surf Lifesaving New Zealand, and I note the issues that they have now ongoing caused by the storm. So Bethel's Beach is gone. Karitahi Surf Lifesaving Club, one of our most dangerous beaches, and that with a number of fatalities in the last couple of years. Their buildings falling down around them. They've got a project where they've fundraised $5 million. Council's been a great funder of that, but now the whole project is at risk because of cost escalations. They are now unable to do any part of that funding, and so the building's going to fall down in that beach. As I say, one of the most dangerous in Auckland is going to struggle to keep people there safely as surf lifesaving people. And so I note that, so $350,000 going to between the Philharmonia and the Theatre Club, and I've read and reread the reports of the ARAFA board talking about why they're doing that, and I struggle to understand generic answers, generic commentary about their, what they're doing and why, and then the drowning's endemic, in this country, in this city, and for the parts of Auckland that are further from hospitals, the rescue helicopter saves more lives than anything else in the city, and yet all of the funding increase is going to the arts. And so just from, I guess, my history is I struggle to swallow that. I really do struggle with that, and hence my question as to how we can actually, I guess, question the decision making of those, because zero to the Rescue Helicopter Trust. They all talk about how the all of the so the theatre company and Philharmonia are going through restructures and looking at their organisations, and then they talk about the same with the Rescue Helicopter Trust, and they talk about the same with Surf Lifesaving. And so I just struggle with the consistency of it. I struggle that the things that save lives, volunteers put themselves in harm's way on a daily basis for the benefit of others, and we're not giving them appropriate funding. There is funding that should be coming from the government, absolutely hands down, but at the moment it's not. And I'm really uncomfortable with the split on this, but again, not our decision, and is the, I get that, but it is that's something I think we need to work on, and I think we need to move away from these annual grants, which gives nobody any surety at all, and it's just a pain in the neck to have to deal with for everyone.
I think you got a fair bit of support in what you said there. I mean, we've had an impassioned speeches about the Pacific at the museum, and I don't know anybody in South Auckland who goes to the opera. But there it is, the opera. And so it's a random selection. I think somewhere or other, Rodney Hyde played darts some years ago with a list on the wall. Yeah, well, that's possibly true. Councillor Henderson is going to throw some light on this.
No, look, I just wanted to back up Councillor Baker because I thought you've raised some really good points that I wanted to kind of touch on. A number of us, including yourself, Mayor, have asked to reform the ARAFA stuff, and I think that's really welcome. You know, as Councillor Baker said, this is not fit for purpose in 2023 in Auckland. But also another point that he raised that I thought was a very good one, we are losing too many people to our beaches. I mean, the death toll every single summer is completely unacceptable. We've been given a proposal that would go some way towards helping that situation, and I would like us to support it somehow, some way. And I think it just highlights how bad the Arafa stuff is when we, as a council, can't really easily do that, as Councillor Baker has said. Those were kind of my only points. I'm glad to support it otherwise. Thanks, Mayor.
Very good. I think it stands for a random arty-farty board, but I'm not sure. I could be wrong. It does have a mover and it does have a sector, and we've had some fascinating debate on this one. All those who wish to do this, please say aye.
Aye.
All those who want to murmur, murmur. Like it's carried, murmurs lost out. The third one now, MOTAT have achieved the quite amazing thing of actually asking for less. So I think Oliver Twist has proposed this one. Moved and seconded by random people. Councillor Fully and the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Bingo. Now there's a bit of a future for you, those others in the future. Just drop your bloody thing a little bit and you can be sure you'll get it. Now, to the fascinating Bowswater Boating Club legislation. To introduce this, Taryn Crew and Alan Christensen, I believe.
We'll move in second, Darby and Hills.
Of course, spoken like two North Shore councillors. Okay, Taryn, address us. We've read all this stuff, but are we absolutely sure it prevents them just sort of running a cafe and making money which goes towards the restoration of the building? Is the legislation that stupid? This would be number one on the list of getting Wellington out of ourselves if you look at this. If we can't possibly allow a boating club to raise a bit of cash to fix an old building, just strikes me as insane.
The simple answer is yes. It's an act that was developed in 1923. So yes, as it stands at the moment, the Takapuna Boating Club is not able to run any activities on the land or the building that allows them to have any commercial gain. So effectively, the paper before you today is to give you the update on the actual building status at Sir Peter Blake Parade in Bayswater, and seek support for the recommendation to promote the local bill to amend the Auckland Harbour Board and Takapuna Borough Council Empowering Act 1923, subject to consultation with the local community and interested stakeholders. The Takapuna Boating Club owns the land and building at Sir Peter Blake Parade, and the building is in a very poor state at present. It is a heritage building and it's built in the coastal marine environment. The land, as I mentioned, is subject to the local Act of Parliament, which does require it to be used for certain activities and not for private gain. The Takapuna Boating Club approached us to support the promotion of the amendment of the local bill that governs the use to allow them to use that building, so that in part they can raise funds through commercial activities and therefore raise the funds to renew the building. The local board support the recommendation, as does the local MP. And so the amendment to the local bill, I should say, requires Auckland Council to promote the change. This can't be done by the Takapuna Boating Club themselves, and so this report puts forward our recommendation to do that. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, I mean, this seems self-evident, and I'll take the odd thing here, but I have just added that to the list of things that I'm seeing MPs tomorrow about supporting a local bill. It sits neatly in behind them. It's still not number one of stupidity. That is the fact that we can't set our own parking fines, which is quite beyond me. We're not big enough to do that. But this one's right in there. So I hope we can go reasonably quickly on this, Councillor Watson.
A couple of practical questions. I mean, I've seen the building, I mean, it looks in, you know, a real state of disrepair. What's the actual chances of it actually being able to be leased out to someone in its current state? Is there part of it that could be done? That's the first question.
Yeah, through the chair, it's got very good bones. It's structurally very sound, first, second and third levels. It's got a new roof, it's got new bearers and joists. So it's fine on the inside. On the outside it looks a little wonky because the weatherboards have sagged a little. It's currently used for community uses and sailing, drying sails and other sort of boating activities, so it's pretty strong on the inside.
Okay, that's really good. Yeah, just a final question. Obviously the Empowering Act and everything was, you know, set up to ensure, you know, the community access, the community good. At that time, the uses have changed. What role, if any, does the council then take in just, you know, ensuring that fundamental intent of the Empowering Act is carried through, albeit we're in 2023?
I think that is one of the options that we considered and discussed with the local board. So option 4 in the paper looked at whether we repealed the entire act, and that would take away the ability to, I suppose, prevent that use of community being taken away completely. So in discussion with the local board, they were much happier with the amendment that allowed both uses rather than the repeal of the act, which would allow them to do anything.
Good question. This raises a few other issues. If you can't get anyone to get involved in it, get hold of me. I've got some experience in these buildings and the sorts of people. And but the other bit I do like is the public swimming pools around the place. This city doesn't have a lot of in-the-sea pools, which just flush automatically. They're almost zero maintenance. They just have to have plugs at every second tide it washes through during the night tide. You know, for super cheap ways of offering additional swimming pools, we should. The old people, you know, had a few brains really. They knew stuff that we've forgotten. We used to have a few. Yeah, we need to. So, is that Thames in your area? So, just a little side thing. Can we look around at some of those? Every time we have to have a pool here, it costs about $50 million. It's inside, it's chlorinated, the atmosphere is disgusting. It's not like what we swim in, and they're drowning at sea. And we've got we should have pools all on the waterfront, all around. The cheapest chips, and there's no cleaning. That was another thing. Okay, I like this. All in favour? Hey? Everyone against this one? I'll throw you out. Okay. Well done. Fancy something nice and quick. No, I don't want to have a 5-minute break. We're on a roll here. The Auckland Council elections and representation matters. And I notice that, just for clarification, the Joint Government's Working Party consists of whom? Did we choose that?
Through the chair.
Jolly good.
Councillor Julie Ferry is the chair. I do have a list which I can come up with in short order, or Councillor Julie Ferry can do that for you. Sure, I have a list.
We all on this if we want to be?
So we've got 6 of us and 6 local board reps. The 6 of us are Daniel, Shane, Andy, Karen, John and me.
And then local boards, it is, I can't remember what I mean, Kath Handley, Kay Thomas, Richard Northey, John Gillan, Maria Meredith, and Angela Full-James. Boom.
Well, there you go. Fancy that. I had no idea about all that.
First meeting's next week.
Eh?
First meeting is next week.
Oh, very good. There'll be buns, no doubt. Off you go.
Your Worship and members, the purpose of this report is to firstly simply receive the evaluation of the 2022 elections, the report and local board feedback, along with any comments you wish to make, will serve as input into the planning for the 2025 elections. One of the areas for which we received some criticism was the frustration of some voters casting special votes on election day by the close of voting at 12 noon. This is despite voters having 3 weeks to cast a vote. However, no voter should find the experience of voting to be frustrating. We're suggesting that we investigate changing the voting method from postal voting to a combination of booth and postal voting. This would mean that booth voting would be available until 7 p.m. on election day. But it could mean that the first announcements of the result of the election are deferred to the following day. There would also be a cost to staffing booths. We estimate a minimum of about $1,000 per booth for one day. A change of voting method is a decision that you make, and we're seeking guidance on whether you support us investigating this change further. The report also signals other decisions that you make for the 2025 elections. In particular, the Council's required to conduct a review of representation arrangements. And at this point, we are seeking your agreement that the Joint Governance Working Party develops the Council's initial proposal in consultation with the full governing body and all local boards for recommendation back to the governing body.
Okay, well, I shall respond first up and then everyone else can have a crack. There was only 6,992 people who managed to get themselves in trouble on the last day. So I don't know whether that warrants much of a change, and if there was a change, and I speak as the person who got by far the most votes in the room, why don't we just go to booth? Yeah, well, that's all right. You're welcome to stand against me. It's only $200. And why not just have booth voting? It's a hell of a lot cheaper. And that's what the country survived on for many, many years. And when you look at the rules that we've got, some of our rules make no sense in the light of postal voting, which is bloody expensive and pisses people off. We have a rule that you can't advertise on the last day, on the actual polling day. That came in because when we had booths, they weren't supposed to influence people on the day that they went into the actual booth and voted. Now we pull them down on that last day, and you've had 3 weeks going past all the signs. And so there is no sense to that. And so given the costs associated with this, and from my question so far, booth voting is infinitely cheaper than postal voting. And postal voting has lots of problems because people don't live where they say they live and whatnot. So I want to make sure that the group of people who I'm not a part of, but I would like to come to your meetings if you'd like to ask me, consider the alternative of just booth voting. And then in terms of later in the year, we're going to have an election, a review of our thing. Well, that's going to be a kerfuffle because I'm aware in the room there are some people who want a bigger council, believe it or not. And there's quite a few of us that would like a much smaller council, believe it or not. And there's Councillor Turner who doesn't agree with any of this stuff. And is going to let me know what it is now. You're next, Councillor Turner.
Henderson.
Oh,
Sorry.
oh, Henderson, out of the blocks, Henderson.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Turner. I owe you one. Postal vote. Oh, we're on questions. Oh, how can I phrase this into a question? Can you come back to me? Because postal voting sucks and I've got a rant about it. Okay. Yeah, I wonder on the D there whether we have enough scope to investigate just booth voting, because I think that's what we should be doing. I agree with you completely, Mr. Mayor. And I would add that anyone that flats, anyone that has moved out of home recently, 100 different categories of people, they don't get the ballot papers. So that's not democracy. So booth voting, fantastic, let's do it. I'm keen to change D if it doesn't cover it already. So I suppose my question is, does D allow us to do just booth voting?
Through you, Your Worship, we decently seek support, your support, that we investigate this further. We can certainly investigate just booth voting as well. Bring you back some costs. The cost that I mentioned, $1,000 per booth, that's just based on making provision for special voting, which has been the problem. The Electoral Commission, in its annual report, we did look into this a little bit, indicated they had a total of 2,500 voting places throughout New Zealand, and that's approximately about 38 booths per electorate, and there's 23 electorates, I think, in the Auckland area. So that would kind of, like, that mounts up if you have that density of booths, and you're looking at about more like 800,000, I think.
That's not a fair comparison because their electorates cover much bigger areas than what these ones do. And so within Auckland you'd have, Rodney is the size of Israel, and some of the other ones are the size of a small corner of London. So you'd have to just, if we ask you to look into it, you've got to look into it and come back. But there's $915,000 wasted on mail, and apparently 5.28 million, 4 million of what Doskowski spent was also chasing addresses and whatnot. And so there's a lot to be said for it. And so I think you can take it that we want you to investigate the three, as it is, jointly and booths only, old school. And then that deals with that. And then in terms of the review later on, are we asked to make a decision about that now, or are you just saying, do you want us to, noting that we're going to do that?
It's to get agreement to the process, which is to use the Joint Governance Working Party.
Okay, because that's going to be a can of worms. The first bit, you should be able to come back with some costs and advantages and disadvantages in the way we vote quite quickly, but how we're going to actually review is going to be quite something or other else. Councillor Turner and Councillor Foley.
My question is, does anybody think I'm crazy agreeing absolutely 100% with Mr. Henderson?
Either you're both crazy or well. The answer to that is that we've reassessed it and you are now not crazy. Councillor Foley, who are definitely not crazy.
Kia ora, thank you. Yeah, I think it's been canvassed quite well, and I think you can, sense that people are in support of a change. So yeah, I definitely support you looking into that, and wherever that falls, whether it be just the booths or a mix of the two would be great. Of course, I'd love to have digital in there, but I understand that's outside of the scope. And I just want to throw a comment in there as well, if I can, that when we're at 35% of engagement from our voters, that is a threat to democracy. And in those legal spaces in academia, we've been talking about that for some time. So it's good to see that we are shifting and looking for solutions for that. Kia ora.
Councillor Hills, please.
Kia ora, Mayor, thank you. I think, yeah, I'd like to see how much you can do in that time, I'm not sure. A sort of review of what is possible, because I do know that we moved to postal because I think booth voting got down to 14% or something, so we don't want to make it worse. And the other issue would be around how people access the information before they walk through the door, because it's easy to go red, blue, yellow, green on central government election day, but it's kind of hard to walk into the booth and go, here's the 48 people I have to choose from individually. And so I guess I need to know how that would interface with people. Do people get sent out?
Ask your parents. They did it.
They did what?
Walked into a booth and voted for their local body with 48 people on the wall.
Yeah, but 86% of them didn't, so I want to know why that happened then.
Well, ask your parents.
You've thrown me off, Mayor. But the question I have for Rose would be, how does this weave into the Future for Local Government stuff? Because there is a lot of conversation about, and at the same time, having Electoral Commission maybe come in and running different things, or having some sort of change to everyone's voting system. Does that happen concurrently with our choices? Could it be that government end up funding some of the ability for us to do this? Sorry.
I think after the 2019 elections, when the Select Committee conducted an inquiry, I thought 2016 actually, conducted an inquiry, we were invited to make a submission, and at that time they were seeking feedback on what we felt about changing to the Electoral Commission running our elections. And the governing body here in its submission said that supported that in principle. And basically taking the view of the voter into account, and what is an easier voting experience for the voter. And it is possibly less confusing for the voter if there is just the one agency that runs all the elections. On the other hand, if it's centralised, would a centralised body be able to communicate and engage with our communities? And there are those. So it's in principle support.
Councillor Watson, please.
Just got a brief comment to make, Mr. Mayor, so I'll wait for the questions. Don't want to set a precedent.
I'll do it. Just do it now. Come on, Will. Okay, right. I have something to look forward to. It'd be bloody good. Now, Morris Williamson.
I just want to ask a quick question of officials about whether any of the work they are doing are looking at the electoral roll integrity. It seems to me to be the most crazy thing in the world that you send a letter to someone's address saying, "Are you still there?" And if you're not, you don't reply, and so you keep on the roll.
Correct.
And I'll give you the best example I've seen of that was a street in my electorate that has just been completely bought by Auckland Transport, the entire Tiraka Drive. They bought the entire street to put the busway down. And when I was campaigning down there and holding up sort of signs on the side of the road, making an idiot of myself with others, we noticed that in every house along Tiraka Drive, the letterboxes were full of purple envelopes. But there was nobody living in the houses. They had all gone some time ago.
So you grabbed them, and that's why you've got such a
That's how I got elected. No, the good news is my computer system did a check to make sure nobody else did, and there was no one actually recorded as voting from any of the addresses in Tiraka. But I would say 500-600 purple envelopes were sitting in the letterboxes for days.
That's a lot of envelopes.
But, well, it's a big long street. It's a very long street. And there were some with 5 and 6 envelopes per letterbox. And it just seems to me the integrity of an electoral system where you don't know where people actually do live and you deliver envelopes to people that don't actually live in those houses is something that probably should be a bit of a precursor to whether we worry about whether they go into a booth or do it by mail.
So that means
everybody that used to live in Tiraka obviously didn't. I don't know what happened to the envelopes. I reported it to AT and said to them they should have been letting the Electoral Commission know that there are no longer people residing in that entire long road, but they didn't seem to be interested in it. They said it wasn't part of a transport issue. So
You didn't pull them out, Maury, did you?
I just said I can show you the database of who voted in the Howard ward. And
we love you, it's okay.
And nobody in Te Rakau Drive voted because they didn't live there.
Through the chair, if I may, you've hit on a very important point that we are in dialogue with the Electoral Commission about that system doesn't work. We believe that is a very important thing to get the electoral roll from which the local electoral roll is established. So one idea we've put to them is that they potentially do the same thing as they did for the census, which is send a letter to the household and say, time to update your details, here's how you do it. It is very easy, by the way, it takes less than 5 minutes. I did it myself recently. So just reminding people rather than sending a letter just saying, are you still there, seems like a better idea to us. So in constant discussion with them, and certainly they're open to new ideas. So hopefully we can get that better next time, because that's where it starts, you're quite right.
To show you how old I am, we used to have a joke as kids that we'd leave a note for the milkman. If this note blows away, please leave 2 pints of cream.
Entertaining. There are other things that happen with the postal voting. There are people who gather up whole areas of postal votes and vote, and that's common in South Auckland. And if they have to show up, they have to show up. You have to show up as a voter. That's one of the advantages about a booth.
Objection.
It is you. Oh, well, we've got videos of them in front, no to who. And I come from there, so I'm criticising myself. And the other thing about in where there's postal boxes, there's a whole lot of letters biffed out and other people collect them and vote. So it's pretty tricky. Councillor Ferry, we've ruined your speech, I'm sorry.
It's
I
okay.
humbly apologise, a long day.
I believe we're still in question time, so I guess I would just remind members, I know we're all really, really interested in this topic, but we do have quite a process to come where we can work through the minutiae of it. So looking forward to those conversations and hopefully some more sparkling anecdotes and witty jokes about voting. So my question is around that wording there for D. Is at the moment, I feel that does read a little bit too tightly to allow for what people have indicated an interest in. So I was going to suggest that to investigate the options of postal booth voting and possible combinations, because at the moment that does imply only doing them together. And obviously the status quo is always an option. So would that be a better wording from your point of view?
Happy with that, yes, Councillor.
Okay, I'll come over and do that. And can I just also note the representation review, which is the E, can you just confirm we have to do that by law every 6 years, don't we? And we have done it before, so we have a process to follow.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, there's a major difference this time round, and that is that when we did it for 2019, we were not able to change the number of councillors.
True. But currently, if we did it tomorrow, we still couldn't change the number of councillors, but hopefully by the time we get to this process, we will be able to. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for confirming that. Sandra, I'll come help with the wording.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ferry. Councillor Newman.
Just on the order of names on the voting documents, I know that at the moment we can either have by alphabetical or you can choose to have a randomised ballot paper. It seems that the randomised would be quite expensive. Is there the option that they have in Australia whereby the returning officer conducts a ballot to determine by chance where you will be on the ballot paper versus everybody else? Is that an option, or can we only basically go either alphabetical or the computer spits out a ballot paper which is unique to every single elector?
Through you, Your Worship, there are 3 options. One is alphabetical. The second option is what's called pseudo-random, and that's where the order of names is determined, and it's the same order of names on every voting paper, but it's random. And the third option is true random, where it's actually uniquely random on each voting document. Does that make sense?
What about reverse alphabetic?
No, we're not. So,
Now, we have reported this before every election, and the position of the governing body to date is to say that it just makes life a bit more difficult for the voter. And we have conducted a statistical analysis of whether there was a trend in previous election results, and to date there hasn't been a trend which favours those at the top of the list. But we'll do the same thing prior to the 2025 elections.
sorry, can I just understand? So this, can I just understand? So the pseudo-random, that's a computer decides a randomised ballot, and that's basically it for that particular area, and the computer does that, does it?
Yes, it's a random order of names, but it's the same random order of names on every voting document. And just on the other point you raised, it's not actually more expensive these days. It used to be.
Councillor Sharon Stewart, you're at home. Come in, Sharon.
Right, sorry about that. Okay, it sounds like I'm echoing again, am I?
Yeah, we can hear you clearly.
Okay, that's all good. It's echoing my side. No, I was just agreeing with the booth idea. I think that's a much better idea, and I would have to agree with what Councillor Morrison was saying about Te Rakau Drive. We did actually speak to Auckland Transport, and one of the suggestions was to remove the letterboxes or to at least cover them up, because there was not only that kind of mail, there was all sorts of mail, and yeah, so that's something we can look at into the future, I think. And yeah, the postal, the booth idea is a really good idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, we've got slightly amended wording with the approval of the mover and seconder.
Very happy. Any comments?
And any further comments? We've got John Watson. We're waiting with bated breath for this.
It's always worth the wait, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to briefly make a couple of comments to the first three there, not so much the postal voting, and that goes to the evaluation of the elections. There was, and I don't know if people read it all, but it was actually a very interesting document that was provided there in the attachments, both in terms of kind of generalisations about other countries, which show us not that much out of kilt with what happens in other places, you know, despite all the hand wringing and about low turnout, and similarly with the low turnout being indicative of, of lower socio-economic areas around the world and younger people not voting. I guess the thing that did stand out for me, though, in New Zealand, though, was quite an interesting comparison on the turnout amongst the big metro councils, and there we do stand out, because, and it compared Auckland and all the rest of them from 2010 to 2022. So Auckland went down from 51% to 35% turnout, and notwithstanding the fact we know that was the first super city election. Christchurch went down from 52 to 43, Dunedin 53 to 48, and Wellington actually went up from 40 to 43. So the outlier there is Auckland, still in a significantly lower turnout. So there's a dynamic going on in Auckland that is a bit more concerning than the other main cities in New Zealand. As far as this election goes, Rose, you said before this was our chance to give a little bit of feedback. Mine is entirely random, but it perhaps goes a little bit to, the experience of, people that are actually involved in it. And in that article your booklet, they made a commentary about, why do people not vote? And one of the kind of explainers there was, people don't know anything about the candidate, so that's what's put some people, a significant number of people off. And the response to that was that there is a booklet supplied that does tell a bit about the candidate. I'd just say from my experience that booklet is is blinking shabby. I spent hours getting a photo this time, because I know how random it is, right? Most people, they'll just take a look at you or look at your hoardings and, oh yeah, he looks okay, or no, I don't like her, or whatever. And I was quite precise about, this is where it gets entertaining, about my photo, and spent hours down at the warehouse, nearly missed getting my nomination in on time. And then when they came to the booklet, the first thing they'd done, they'd split my incredibly lucid 150 words into 2 pages, which didn't read well. And the photo, they had absolutely butchered. So it looked like some guy had just got out of a 15-year stretch at Parimorimo. Quite different from what I'd put in. So,
Is this how you got elected?
well, actually,
It was better than 1 year. It was better than 1 year.
Parimorimo is in our ward, so maybe it did help a bit. The other couple of random bits of feedbacks was in the hoardings, and a big chunk of the Albany ward, they just removed the sites for the Upper Harbour, so about 50% of the sites where you could put up your hoardings were just taken out with no apparent explanation, and particularly for the new candidates who didn't have that many sites, that was particularly galling. And the final parting shot is the reference to civics education. I know the council did obviously make some material available, but in previous elections, probably the most uplifting and hopeful kind of experience out of anything to do with getting people involved in elections was when they went to the local schools, when our council was in promoting in local schools. The most knowledgeable, the most active, the most informed were the kids, the year 7 or 8 kids who had done their civics course courtesy of Auckland Council, but I don't think we did it on the same level this time round. But that was something that really did work. There you go, Mr. Mayor. There's my feedback.
That was worth waiting for, actually, absolutely worth waiting for. And I think we can explain the thing why Wellington always gets a higher level of vote. It's in Wellington, that's the most interesting thing they can do. Councillor Walker, the bar's been set very high here, so I don't want anything less than fascinating.
I'm not going to match John, but I mean, John's sometimes misses things out, and he did miss out one occurrence when they actually got his photo completely wrong, and they put somebody else there. Can you imagine that?
Brad Pitt.
No, it wasn't Brad Pitt.
Oh.
I'd just like to add a few no-brainers to the mix, and really one of the tests to apply for these sorts of things is just take somebody off the street and ask them some questions and the like, and you come up with some interesting stuff. They had these booths. For example, I'd have a booth at the supermarket. There was no sign at any of the supermarkets that there was actually a voting booth in the supermarket often. And then I'd go into the supermarket and I'd ask one of the supermarket people where the booth was, and they didn't know. There was no signage and the like. This also applied to any number of locations, so it was pretty difficult. And as John mentioned, there was no opportunity to have signs up in many locations, and this doesn't cost a cracker. I mean, the candidates are putting the signs up, informing people that it's time to vote. So why wouldn't you do that? Just crazy, basic stuff. I could go through a long list of, you know, marketing 101 stuff that you do that we just don't get right, and some that doesn't cost any money. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Richard Hills.
Kia ora, thank you, Mayor. And I guess we had different supermarkets on the North Shore than Councillor Walker, because we had very good signage and very good visibility of those booths, and I found that one of the handiest things this election was having those booths, but I know it was a lot of work for our staff to go and pick up those many voting papers from those areas. I guess just for me, and I think, you know, the issue, I guess we point to postal, we point to things. I think on the margins, postal does create a lot of problems. A lot of people don't know where they're enrolled. A lot of people move in a 3-year period. A lot of people have their papers get wet and then they don't bother, or they hide them in the fridge. I don't know if if booth voting will change the dial a lot. It's around what people think about the city, think about us, think about what we talk about. And if you sit around here sometimes, if anyone ever tuned into the live stream, they'd probably never want to vote at all. But the deal for us is as elected members or current ones, is to do what we say and show people good things we do, or get them to understand, like we have through this budget process, of what the decisions we have to make and how that they can play into that. A lot of the time elected members are out there from local boards or this body bagging the council, bagging our own people, bagging the things we do, and that it creates a toxic environment. And that's what I get feedback from throughout the election campaign, is actually you talk a lot about negative things and you're all at each other about negative things, so we don't want to be involved in that process. The other issue is around the assumption many people make that only ratepayers can vote or should vote, and it's around making sure we have that language around residents or people or our local community being involved in the voting process, as opposed to just to get the rates bill, because we all pay rates in some way. I think there is a massive issue, and I personally haven't cracked that nut. It feels like during the election campaign that everyone's either voted or going to vote, and they're all exciting when they talk to your face, but then you look at the numbers and it doesn't really add up. So I think it's on all of us to try our best. I don't know what the answer is. I'm sceptical that booth voting would change that. I will say little things like extending that time on the day. A lot of people see the date and forget that the date is not the day, much like the election campaign. It's about stretching out, you have opportunities up until that time, and cutting it off at 12. You may as well have cut it on the Friday. A lot of people are running around trying to get their votes in. So I think it's on all of us to improve democracy, not necessarily our staff or the voting process. It may improve things on the margin, if I'm honest, but it would be good to see some more evidence on a change and what that means. But it's largely up to politicians and the organisation to deliver what people expect as a good city, and I guess stop talking about it, which is a good time to turn off my mic.
And a lot of the negative stuff is found on Twitter, you might really remember as well, often put by us. All right, well, I think the winning speech of the day goes to John Watson. Yeah. And last little silly anecdote, as the sole resident of the CBD, I followed the floating flags to the library where it said to get voting, to get the papers for lodging to stand as a candidate. I went up to the desk right beside the little flag there that had it waving around and asked them, and they knew nothing about it. And I had to wait 10 minutes from a grumpy woman who came down upstairs who had the one form in the Central Library, and she told me I wasn't allowed to have it until I'd answered some questions. And I've got her name. I will put that amended one, which has been promoted and seconded, to the vote. All those in favour of that, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary? We've voted it in. Thank you much. It's carried, and we're going to get. We have to have an extension of time, which will be rewarded by 5 minutes off to go to the loo. Move an extension of time from the Deputy Mayor, and seconded by anyone who's moving, which is Shane Henderson. All those in favour of an extension of time, please say aye. But not too much. Carried.
5 minutes. 5 minutes, back at 4.
5 minutes, back on 4. The bell will ring. Receipts for the Auckland Council.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Libby o tōku ingoa, and I am the Advisor, Governance, Policy and Programs. So this report seeks your approval for the next step in the process, which is for staff to engage with Aucklanders on Māori seats for Auckland Council. This decision is being asked of you today as there is a need to plan, prepare and carry out any agreed consultation between now and September towards informing a governing body decision in October 2023. So since 2017, governing body has agreed in principle support for the establishment of Māori wards through the parliamentary model, following legislative change, which has since either been introduced or is currently in front of the House. Independent Māori Statutory Board has advocated for the Royal Commission model for Auckland Council since 2021, and through preliminary engagement with mana whenua and mātāwaka, Council received feedback that neither the parliamentary nor the Royal Commission model were suitable for Tamaki Makaurau. However, the Royal Commission model received slightly stronger support for its inclusion of an appointed mana whenua seat, a seat which would require legislative change to introduce. The feedback was, however, unanimous in agreeing that the status quo of no specific Māori representation is no longer an option. Also indicated in the purpose of this report is to provide an update on the Local Government Electoral Legislation Bill, which had its second reading on the 4th of April. The body of the report steps out the update in further detail, but as an overview of the key points. The bill will remove the set number of 20 councillors for Auckland Council, allowing Council to determine any number of councillors between 5 and 29, which is in line with all other councils in New Zealand. And by way of a supplementary order paper, the requirements that relate to Māori representation will not come into force until after the 2025 local elections. So although there is currently no statutory requirement for consultation or a decision on Māori representation in the lead up to the 2025 local elections, a deferral of this decision to 2026, when there will be a statutory requirement, would see the delay of any specific Māori seats for Auckland Council until the 2028 local elections. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Madam. We've had a workshop on this already, and this is really just sending it out for consultation. I do have a couple of questions, Councillor Newman and Councillor Sayers.
Thank you for your report. With respect, you have stated in your report, seek feedback on options for the 2025 local elections as follows. And at D3, support for Royal Commission model. Then you've got comment noting that this would require legislative change. So you are proposing that we would consult on an option that we can't deliver for the 2025 election, or can this be delivered for the 2025 election?
Through the chair, it is possible. We can't guarantee whether legislative change would be enabled in time for the 2025 local elections, but there is a pathway where it could be possible.
Is there a bill in Parliament, a government bill at the moment, to enable the implementation of the Royal Commission model for which we're seeking to consult?
No.
No, what we are seeking permission to consult on is that we pursue legislative change. It would not be in time. Royal Commission model we would try for the 2025 elections. We can't say it wouldn't happen, but it is a difficult task to get it done in time for the 2025 elections. But we've been asked to keep the pedal to the metal by the IMSB, so we're not saying it can't be done. We would say it would be very difficult, but we would pursue it. We could make that clear in the consultation material, which you would have a sign-off on in June when we bring the paper to you.
I premise this question because I support a hybrid of the Royal Commission model, but D3, I'm very concerned about even less confidence from Aucklanders noting that we're consulting an option that we can't implement. So, but you've included D3 in the officer's report as a specific recommendation. The wording is wrong, so noting that this would require legislative change should be noting that this cannot be delivered for the 2025 election. Would it be more appropriate to just simply say that at D3? or take it out and have D, Roman numeral 1 and Roman numeral 2, and then E, agree to consultation on an option which isn't available for the 2025 election, but which has been requested of us by the Independent Māori Statutory Board. That is support for a Royal Commission model or any other model of Māori representation, noting that this would require legislative change at some point.
I could add the words at some point if that would make it better for you. But your point is not in time for the 2025 elections. What I'm saying is that we would pursue it hopefully in time for, but could not guarantee it.
D is about the option for the 2025 local government election. D3 cannot be delivered for the 2025 election. I would be happy to have a conversation about the Royal Commission model, which I support a hybrid of, but that is not a point for, it's not a consultative point for the election itself.
Through your worship, to some extent, whether it's achievable for 2025 or not, depends on what we're looking for. So if we go for elected Māori representatives through the Māori ward provision that's already there, and all that we're seeking legislative change for is one or maybe two appointed mana whenua seats, that doesn't interfere with the election process, and that the time frame for the legislation could be right through until the 2025 elections, and it doesn't have to be in place for when we start the election.
Yeah, Warwick, I understand that. I agree with you. But the point being that D is an option for the 2025 local government election. D2 is an option. D3 is not an option. But D3 is being included in there. What happens if Aucklanders support D3 and we go back, well, thank you for your support for D3, but we can't do it.
Councillor, if you'd like to, you read something out, if you could give it to us and consider, I would be happy to look at it as we are discussing it and could amend it, because I take your point. I understand what you're saying, that it looks confusing, that we are potentially consulting on something that we can't deliver potentially by 2025. Have you got some additional wording happy to consider? Or I could go away and do it now, but...
Well, I mean, I'll write something up if others have questions. Your worship, I'll do that now.
Councillor Sayers.
Well, that was very interesting because Councillor Newman was brought up with exactly the same concern as that I had. So I noticed it's been moved and seconded, so it'd either have to be by way of an amendment, I think, our chair or agreement from the mover and seconder. But I had the identical concerns there, so we might get somewhere there. My other question was around the budget. I think in the report it was talking about $100,000 for the consultation process. I don't want to say it sounded a bit light to me, but I just would like to understand how that money might be spent and how you get how you're going to spend that money to get a representative input from Aucklanders. So how are we going to consult, and how do we target that consultation for that amount of money? Yeah.
Through the chair, much the same way we do through the LTP, and it's the annual budget, and it's the annual budget team that helped us put that budget together. So its consultation requires all of Auckland, and also Māori, particularly because this particularly affects them. So we would do that in much the same way, and they helped us draft that budget. But it is just indicative. I'd be coming back to you with a much sharper analysis in due course.
If I may, Chair, just thank you for that, Rose. So did you mention that in June that we'll actually see that again, so the papers and the consultation documents will come back to us to approve? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Philippine, are you there?
Been here all day, Your Worship, except for the morning. So just want to acknowledge Rose, Libby and Warwick. My partai is in regards to 12 on the agenda. Now, the note in regards to the Minister of Local Government and the commencement of the requirement relating to Māori representation. Can I confirm that that only relates to the representation but not the change of or the ability for Auckland Council, the governing body, to change the numbers? Can I confirm that that is still on track to be passed before the election?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And also just the last one, Your Worship, and that is to Councillor Newman. Obviously, if way of addition, if what you're working on still has the same effect of going out for consultation, I personally would have no qualms in having that as an addition. And obviously, I'll seek the support of Councillor Leone as well. But I look forward to any changes, Councillor Newman. Kia ora, Your Worship, and I reserve my right to speak. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Filipaina. Councillor Ferry.
Thanks. My question is to the point that we seem to be a bit exercised about. Noting that this is going to be consultation, is that something we can put in the consultation document, that this may not be able to be done in time for 2025? And so people know when they're giving us their feedback, they can take that into account? Because that seems to me a way to resolve this problem.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, because I'm also hearing advice from staff that says maybe we could do it by 2025, but understandably there's some scepticism around the table of how practical that is, so maybe that resolves the issue. Just make sure we make it really clear in the consultation document.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Foley, please.
Kia ora, thank you. Just following on from what's been said about D, I wonder if we could clear that up even more. And I know that you're going to come back to us and show us the document before it goes out, but I do think you need to have that option, first the option of whether or not Aucklanders want Māori seats, because you've got that as option one, support the status quo, no Māori seats, and then the second question would be support Māori seats for Auckland Council, I would think. And then the issue about the representation can be separate. So if Māori seats are to be included for Auckland Council, what representation model do you support? And then A, parliamentary model, B, Royal Commission model, C, other. That might be a much easier way to do it.
Thank you for that. That's really helpful. We have been really tossing up about exactly how to word it without confusing Aucklanders, but that's one option we could look at. So we're just trying to make the options clear and simple, and that's our end goal, because this is an issue that people get very confused about. So making it simple is our main priority.
I think though, for clarity, the first question should be about, do you support Māori seats or not? So having the option of no and yes, and then after that, what's the representation model that you support? I think that's clearer than what you've got here.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you.
Hope that clears it up. Councillor Turner.
Sorry, well, I'm confused already, because I understand that the Independent Statutory Board is not in this discussion, because that's a statutory board, correct?
The name says it all. It's independent and it's a statutory board.
Okay, so you just said, if I heard you correctly, when we were talking about some of the seats and we said, can this be achieved? You said that depends if they're appointed seats or not. So are we talking about more seats for Maori representation which are appointed and not voted for? There's a big difference there.
This with reference to the Royal Commission model.
Okay.
So the Royal Commission model had 2 elected seats and 1 appointed by mana whenua.
Okay, so but those 3 seats are separate to the statutory board, yeah? So I think the one important thing that Aucklanders will struggle with is the understanding of Maori representation compared to Maori seats. Because, you know, I'm supportive of some of this, but I'm not supportive of, you know, having to go to iwi. We have to do that because, and then we've got a statutory board, and then we have some ward seats. So I think it's got to be clear. I'm supportive of Maori representation on however the public decide it should be and Maori decide it should be, but they've got to understand that there is already representation. So, you know, when it says there, support status quo for no Maori seats, you know, that's not really true because there is Maori representation already.
The Māori seats we're discussing are elected Māori seats. So what the Royal Commission had envisaged, and this is why we put this in the paper, because there was a lot of talk at our workshop about Māori seats versus or instead of the IMSB. So what I intend to do with the consultation document is traverse our governance model, which includes the IMSB, who have a role to play in Auckland's governance, which is around the auditing, the keeping us honest, accountable. They are there with regard to seats on committees that manage natural resources. That was the intention of the cabinet paper that I put in there. The intention was for them to participate in that way, as well as Māori seats, from what we can read from those cabinet papers. I think the material that we're going to bring to you necessarily includes a discussion on the IMSB. People need to understand that that is our governance model. But they are independent and they are a statutory body. So to seek to change that would require legislative change.
No, thank you. I'm not trying to seek to change anything. I'm just trying to make sure that when we go to consultation, it's as clear and simple as possible to the people like me who struggle to understand.
Kia ora.
Right, I will help Councillor Turner if that's possible, Your Worship, because I think he's right. I just think, regardless of what all these recommendations say, can you ensure that when this consultation document goes out, that you talk about the IMSB, what it is, and how it is different to what you're asking Aucklanders? All right? Did that help you, Councillor? Yes. Thank you.
Definitely our intention through the chair, and I know this is a difficult issue. We'll try and keep it as simple as we can, but I understand the point that you're making. Thank you.
I think what's behind that is that when we had the last vote, there was a strong vote for Maori representation or IMSB, and there was the IMSB one, IMSB plus Maori representation, and I've got no view on any of this, but I just wanted to make sure that the people felt that they had their options considered, because there is a question of whether it's in addition or an alternative. I don't think this quite says that, but then again, you might be able to get that somehow or other out. But if it comes, you're going to get a lot of answers that way anyhow, so we need to know, does this ask the question that allows for some of the answers which we know are coming? I don't know the answer to that, and I have almost no personal interest in this, so either way, so I'm very neutral. Whatever comes out is fine with me. Councillor Lee, you can clarify this, I'm sure.
I'll reserve my comments. My question did relate to the role of the IMSB and why it doesn't appear in the options, because the IMSB is unique to Auckland, part of the Super City reform. So it's been more or less aired, so I will reserve further comments till later. Thank you.
That seems to be the questions. Now I've got a proposer and a seconder. It's slightly different from what the original one was. It's gone round in several circles. Is that what you're prepared to propose? The proposer and seconder apparently are happy, are they? We've heard back that they are happy.
What's on the screen?
Okay, they're happy with what schemes. I'll now take comments. Councillor Lee can carry on commenting, and I think Councillor Newman, you wish to comment as well, is that correct? Councillor Lee, that's you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'm the only person in the room that served on a council with Maori electorates, Northern Maori and Western Maori, and that was in the old Auckland Regional Council, which was in effect the ARA. So I've worked with colleagues who were elected on Maori seats, and in my opinion, it worked very well. It's part of our democratic convention, our style of Westminster democracy. The people who represented those electorates were represented on a one-person, one-vote basis. That was the position the Auckland Regional Council took to the Royal Commission, and it was more or less accepted with the compromise of adding in a mana whenua seat as opposed to an electorate. And that was at the behest of an organisation set up in Auckland at the time called the Mana Whenua Forum, and many of the rangatira in that Mana Whenua Forum ended up on the Independent Maori Statutory Board, and it was their strong preference, given those good people represented Mana Whenua groups, not all from Auckland, of course, which is a subject of ongoing controversy in Māoridom. They wanted a Mana Whenua approach rather than a one-person, one-vote citizen elected approach. And so the Independent Maori Statutory Board was their preference rather than elected seats. But one of the ironies in the report is that the Royal Commission model is in there because that's the preference of the Independent Maori Statutory Board, and that's fine. And so the situation has gone from an IMSB instead of elected seats to an IMSB plus elected seats. And I think whatever the merits of that, it's up to people to decide. However, I think the people of Auckland should be told, it should be made quite clear what the situation is, that we do have Maori seats on the Auckland Council. They're not on the governing body, they're on all the committees, the committees of the whole, the consultation panels, the special committees, the selection panels. Indeed, some committees have 2 seats, they're not elected. They had obviously a rather complex electoral college, which from time to time ends up in court. However, I think that when it comes to consulting on this topic, the people of Auckland should be made quite clear that there is a very strong Maori voice around the table of most of our meetings, and in on some major issues, that presence, that voice has been a determining one, decisive one on a number of decisions. So all I'm asking for here, without predetermining anything, is that the council needs to be completely open about what the situation is here in Auckland, and rather than giving the appearance, and there is some comment there, we may have a reputational problem if we don't have Maori seats. We do have Maori seats, we don't have Maori electorates, but that was the choice of Mana Whenua at the time, and I was there at the time with the minister at the time, and speaking to those forums and hearing their feedback. Thank you.
Councillor Newman, Councillor Leone, and then Councillor Filipaina wants to close.
Well, very briefly, I've sought the deletion of D3 and the inclusion of new E, because it's important that when we consult with Aucklanders, we are providing a a factual basis for what we're consulting on, and that is that what was D3, which I seek to strike out, is not deliverable. The second thing that I would say is that the consultation is going to have to be pretty thorough. We're not having a referendum, which is people will have their own views about that. This is quite a big constitutional change, I suppose. And to not have a referendum, okay, but unless there is quite a degree of energy put into consulting widely with Aucklanders, it will really compromise I think the licence and that we would need to move to this new option, if indeed we were to support the parliamentary model. So I shall be interested when the officers come back with their subsequent advice as to what the consultation material will provide for and how that engagement will take place. And I also note, Your Worship, that this is going, we're kicking this consultation into the public domain. We have to do it, but the timing isn't great because I actually think this is the sort of thing that will become quite hot, and it will be timed just around the general election. That's awkward. So anyway, if people are of a mind to support E, and I think they are, that's good. I couldn't support D3 as was proposed, so thank you to the mover and seconder for accepting this amendment into the substantive. And I think Councillor Leone's next.
Thank you. Karen Leone, please.
Kia ora. Look, I just wanted to say that I agree with a lot of the comments that have been made, but I think it's also important that when we are going out to consultation, that we are able to draw on some models that are used across the country where there are already mana whenua forums as well as Māori wards. So I appreciate what Councillor Lee has brought up around the history, and it's important to reflect on that. But I also believe that we've moved with the times now. If they were only given an option of either independent Māori statutory board or Māori seats, of course I would prioritise mana whenua to take that space. But now that we have an option for both, as the biggest city in the country and the biggest Māori population in the world in our city, we should really be leading the way. And if we're not leading the way, we should definitely be on our way there. So it's great to see that this is going out to consultation, and look forward to hearing from our communities. I also think this is good timing, given that we're hopefully going to get through all the budget feedback and then move on to this. We need to get on with it quickly. Kia ora.
Else, otherwise I'm going to get Councillor Alf to finish off, please, Alf.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wanted to acknowledge the staff again, and being one of a few councillors around the table, Your Worship, having been at the beginning of the corridor to this, and even in 2017, 2015, we all decided that this was not going to be an either or in regards to the Independent Māori Statutory Board, because they are now encased in statute and it needs to be a statutory change if that was the case. But this is going out for consultation, as the speakers have said, and I just look forward to the consultation. But just wanted to acknowledge also the Minister for Tamaki Makaurau, the Honourable Michael Woods, because I spoke to him this morning and tried to get hold of the Honourable Minister for Local Government, but what was passed on by the Honourable Minister Wood was the fact that the ability for the governing body numbers to change will definitely happen before the election, and that was the obstacle stopping Auckland anyway, and the governing body are making the decision around Māori Award. So look forward to the feedback, Your Worship and governing body, and just want to acknowledge our staff again. Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you, Alf. I'd like to put the motion now. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary? Carried. Thank you very much. We're going to move to item 16, which was being proposed by the absent Councillor Josephine Bartley. In her absence, it will be handled by Paul Wilson. Hopefully this is not overly controversial and we might be able to get home before dawn.
I'm happy to move this, and if someone seconds, just take it without debate.
Please address us. Thank you, Paul Wilson.
Thank you, Your Worship.
It was a motion, we did it without debate, we just moved and seconded.
Hey? I just want to let Paul just say a couple of things about this and then we will do that.
Yes, this recommendation is coming from the Regulatory and Safety Committee. In short, the committee has completed a comprehensive review of the bylaw, which recommends that the governing body allow it to expire. And the main reasons for that is that that our public health goals have been achieved through compliance with national standards for indoor domestic fires and the declining use of fireplaces for home heating. And secondly, because the Auckland Unitary Plan and education has proven to be a more effective tool to address public nuisance from smoke odour and ash. So the committee basically concludes that allowing the bylaw to expire will streamline the council's regulatory process, at least cost to council, with no changes to how council will respond to public complaints about smoky fires. Thank you, Your Worship. Happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Simpson has one.
One question. If you currently have an indoor fire, there's no change, correct? You're allowed to keep your indoor fire?
Correct.
Okay, well, we might, Councillor Darby, there's a bonfire of laws here, wonderful thing to attend.
I just want to smoke you out. Paul, so how do we respond now? Look, because on the North Shore, say places like Devonport, Northcote, older villas, they've got chimney fires and they've still got open fires. And then in the winter, no wind. That's when we get the complaints in those areas. So some of my constituents, every winter, I think both Richard and I get complaints in this area. So in the future, what happens? We're relying on unitary plan provisions to address that rather than the bylaw provisions. But we still have instruments that actually, give us the power to intervene. We're not walking away by any means.
No, the level of service to the public doesn't change at all. The unitary plan is the preferred method to address the complaints. It has been for a few years now, and that won't change.
Okay, I'm going to bravely put this motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary? Well, Paul Wilson, you can go home with an exemplary record of bringing something here that got instantly approved. Well done, young fellow. Item 17, recommendation from the Civil Defence and Emergency Management Committee prioritised plan of actions. To note the report setting out a prioritised plan and note the implementation will be made regularly. Okay. Do you want to move that?
I'm happy to. I've got a question.
No questions. Right, I've got Phil who's going to address us on this one, please. Philip.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was going for the all-time record. I put this on the agenda earlier because I thought the work program in follow-up to the Bush review should be visible on your agenda, socialised with all of the councillors, in addition to the Civil Defence Committee meeting, which of course was wedged in between workshops yesterday, and hence most councillors were there. So I'm predicting that there probably isn't much need to go into detail with it, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Your Worship, I've just got one question.
Please.
One question is, congratulations, I think this is fantastic, and I absolutely am not on the Civil Defence Committee, so I'm very keen to have those progress reports. But I'm just looking at B, and it says will be made regularly, and I just wondered whether that should be a set time frame, like quarterly. I would hate to go for a long period of time with no update, and I know regularly could be many things. What is your suggestion to give me confidence that this will come through more regularly than just the regularly?
My suggestion is that we follow the way the work program is set out. We've got some 1 month deliveries. I would suggest we come back in a month's time with a progress report. But then we're talking 3, 6 and 9 months. So if we did that next month, then in 3 months, or 2 further months beyond that, and then at 3 monthly intervals.
Okay, so note that the implementation progress will be made regularly as per the work program to the governing body.
Perfect.
Would you be happy, Councillor Stewart and Councillor Leone, to do that?
Well, they're not here, but I'm sure they would.
Yeah. Yes, we would.
And I note that Mr. Matt has to report back after 6 months to show that he's made sufficient progress in order to keep his job. So yeah, there's plenty of encouragement here. So, Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a question on the Martin Jenkins report, which we're noting here. In the section under leadership and governance, it refers to the GM EM position and including 3 new roles approved for the new financial year. So that I'm assuming that's a recommendation in the first instance. So I just wanted to know, and it's a question that's come up before, how many people do we have in Auckland Emergency Management as it stands? How many staff that are in that division?
I'll get Paul to nod, but my understanding is 32 positions, most but not all of them filled. The 3 positions that we're talking about there are ones that we've agreed as a priority to be additional resources. We've looked after the costs of those from within existing budgets by reprioritising, and we want to move on those basically immediately. There is the possibility of some additional roles beyond that, particularly to support things like a level of local response planning. Clearly that's going to be resource intensive. We are more generally prioritising some money that's been provisionally allowed for in the budget for next year. If that proves inadequate to do everything that we need to do in the work program, then I'm afraid I will need to come back to you, but at this stage that's what we're planning to do.
So just a quick follow-up on that extra resources in terms of local response planning. So that would be a person or persons who took up the challenge of enabling local communities more, which has been a pretty strong thread through the post-flood analysis in terms of what used to be there in the Legacy Council. So that's the specific role that person would be there to enable that type of local presence?
Correct. I don't think it's realistic for one person to do the whole region. We're looking at the local board structure as the basis for that, with the probability that in Franklin and Rodney, where we've got disparate geographically spread communities, we're probably going to have to do some further, more granular local planning.
The experience was that that further local granular planning was best centred around the local fire chiefs, and so I'm hoping you're going to bring that into. That's how it's done in other rural communities. The fire chiefs integrated into that plan, and we should do that. Councillor Walker.
On Phil's point about local boards, if we go back to the structures that used to operate under the legacy councils, they were legacy council based. So you had the North Shore, you had Manukau and the like. Often local board boundaries are quite arbitrary, and increasingly I think the concept of clusters is relevant. So I just put that to you. Things need to be fit for purpose, and when it comes to a storm event, it's catchments and larger units that are more relevant than local boards, frankly, so I just toss that in. I think we need to operate on what is fit for purpose, what works in terms of an emergency, because you can have a lot of dramas across 21 local boards engaging across something, or things based on that model. So just put that to you.
Look, it's a very valid point. We're going to have to construct this in a way that makes the most sense in terms of that planning. It may well be that some aspects should be handled on a cluster basis. Conversely, there'll be situations that probably the local board structures do suit.
Okay, Councillor Darby, and then I'm going to put...
Yep. Look, one of the things that intrigues me, and I've raised this with you, Phil, but you didn't seem to have any knowledge of it, is this Office of the Auditor General's report into the disaster preparedness of Auckland, focusing on vulnerable communities. That was pretty much the scope of it. It was from 2019. It still hasn't been finalised, and I can't see it on the forward work program or the historical work program for the Civil Defence and Emergency Management Committee. It's like it doesn't exist within Council, yet somebody in Council has been working with the Office of the Auditor General on something that seems really relevant, in fact, extremely relevant. The Mike Bush report tried to find it, but couldn't, because you can't oblige the Office of the Auditor General to reveal information. I've tried to do an official information search on it, but the Official Information Act doesn't apply to the OAG, which is understandable. So, I mean, this seems extremely relevant considering what we've just gone through when the OAG was undertaking a review of our disaster preparedness, and it's in the ether now. It's like it's invisible. What is going on?
Look, to be honest, I share the same level of frustration, to be honest. It feels something like death by 1,000 cuts at the moment. And frankly, I would rather have had all of those inputs available as the basis for this planning. It hasn't been possible. Where is it up to? You're right. Just for other councillors' benefit, they did their first work around this audit in 2019. It was shelved for a very extended period of time over COVID. Their decision, nothing to do with us. They realised last year in wanting to revisit it that their field work and their intel about what shape the function was in was wholly out of date, so they needed to redo all of that work. I have been told that they've now finished all of their work, and the receipt of a further draft report for our comment is imminent, which I would like to, conclude by fast turnaround at our end so that we can receive the final report. I made the point at the Civil Defence Committee that there will be a number of reasons why we need to treat this work program as a bit of a live document and be prepared to update it. The receipt of that Auditor General report's one of those reasons. It may be that we have cause to revisit some of the priorities in there, add to it, replace some others. So all I can say is we're waiting for it and expecting it shortly.
Okay, Mayor, I feel like we should keep an eye on that report, and maybe it comes to your chairing of the governing body rather than the CDEM, because I don't know, it might have to be elevated, considering what we've gone through, and who knows, we might find that, well, if we had have known that information prior to, the Friday, could have been different.
Okay, well, I'll take that in, but I think perhaps to see Phil and you or Matt, could you perhaps dig that out and have a look and see what's in it there that might be important for us to know? But thanks for raising that. I'm going to put that. Do we note this and note the implementation? All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. Now, we still haven't even got to the confidential bit, which is going to take a bit of catching through. The next ones, I believe, are just summary of decisions. 18, 19 and 20, can they go as a omnibus, please? Okay, all those in favour of 18, 19 and 20? Carried. There's no further extraordinary business, so I'm going to move that we go into secrecy. Who was that? Me and the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour? Whisper, it's a secret. Whisper.
Have a little break, please, while we...
We want the organisers requesting a wee bit of a break while they just assemble the secret information.
Thank you. Those of you online, could you please now reconnect to the confidential teams?